Alright everybody, and welcome back to DPL-CDA. Apologies that we did not get you the 1v1. There were some technical issues that prevented me from going live. So for those of you wondering, the outcome of that SF 1v1 was DD over on the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming, who won it up against James in pretty convincing fashion, and after that they opted for first pick in this draft, CDEC choosing Radiant. So we've got two best of threes coming your way tonight. CDEC versus Sparking Arrow Gaming will be first best of three, of course. That is going to be followed by RNG versus Aster. We do have a few coming week that are only going to be a single best of three, of course, with all the unpleasantness with these accusations against Newbie, or I guess the ban that's being brought against them by a couple of organizers in China. That does mean we're going to have a couple of days where there's just one best of three, but worry not, plenty of Dota tonight for you guys. As far as this particular goes, kind of a cool one. These two teams did play about 3 days ago in the CDL. I believe it was CDEC taking a 2-0 in that particular situation. I do have those drafts in front of me right now, but you would be interested to know that the drafts here are very different so far to the drafts in that series. Sparking Arrow, in both of the games that they played in that series against CDEC, they banned Grimstroke, Void Spirit, Roll, and in one game they banned Train, in the other game they banned Ember Spirit. And for CDEC, they were consistently banning the DPL and the Centaur versus Sparking Arrow, and they also banned the Chen one. So the Chen's still here, the Train's getting banned, but other than that, a very different look between these two teams. And that series that they played against SAG in the CPL was actually an extremely convincing win in both games for CDEC. I believe they won. Yeah, they won the first game in 20 minutes, 22-6, and they won the second game in 23 minutes, and that was 21-8. So we'll see if things are looking any different this time around for Sparking Arrow. They did have the opportunity to grab the Ember Coddle if they wanted it, but instead just going to go for an Ember Lich, and CDEC starting up with the very potent Oracle plus Death Prophet combination. So nothing too shocking there. The Oracle hasn't been seeing a ton of play necessarily. I have been seeing it getting banned quite a bit. Death Prophet just seems popular and quite strong, kind of the Dota world over right now. We do have a little bit of a trend in the Australian scene currently developing in our the one Australian league that we have going on, is that sort of position 3, position 4 Death Prophet has started to become a little bit more of a thing, people taking it early on in the draft and then kind of flexing it. But I think in this particular situation, especially with the Oracle, you're more than likely just going to be playing it as that core. So maybe the matchup is good enough against Ember to go chasing it into one of the side lanes, but I'm not certain. And this Ember pick is already looking a little bit vulnerable. He's already looking like he can't really go mid. It's annoying to play against the Oracle in general, just being able to dispel off your Flame Guard, but as much as I think these heroes are decent answers to the Ember, I think we're still going to have a pretty good game. That's just kind of the nature of this hero. His power level is still such that even in a garbage lane, he's still going to farm quite well through the mid game just by virtue of his skills, and he's always going to have an impact in team fights just with having all this low cooldown spam and providing catch to line up. But it's so nice having Ember at the beginning of your draft, because you can just be like, all right, we probably have enough catch at this point. Like, we don't need to worry about, oh, do we really need to pick like a position 4 Clockwork, or do we really need an off lane with initiating stun? Because there are these weirder off laners in the meta at the moment. You know, we do have people kind of running the Nature's Prophet in the offlane, and that's not completely out of the ordinary, but it doesn't have a ton of catch. And we've also got people in pubs, at least even a little bit in the pro scene, they're running like the position 4 Pugna, and the position 4 Pugna is great. I've got nothing against it, but it's not bringing a lot of solid lockdown and a lot of catch for you. Not even so much lockdown, because of course Ember doesn't have hard disables, but catch is really a lot of what he brings to the table for you. So, you know, CDEC don't have a ton of lockdown coming in from their Oracle necessarily, so they are going to go for the Earthshaker here. Sparking Arrow, very much a lane focus, it looks like to me, here in this draft, as they just go for the Lina now. So they've got two very potent laning supports, you know, range, decent nukes, should be able to bully and harass and trade pretty effectively. Always could be good. So, especially if they got run over in their last series against CDEC, I definitely think you like this game or this series with the mentality of, all right, let's just try and focus on winning our a little bit more and not getting bowled over. In terms of these two teams, they're both kind of outside of the money currently, so a reminder of the format of this event for anyone who needs a reminder. It is just a league. Every team's going to play against every other team in a best of 3, and that's it. The result of those best of 3s determine everything. There is money on the line for every single game, not even every single series. So there is 4.5 thousand Chinese yuan for every game, and you even get 500 for a loss. So there is, you know, technically some incentive for teams to, if you know that you're the better team, sure, maybe you could say there's some weird incentive to drag it out to 3 games, but I really don't think we've been seeing a whole lot of that, especially because winning your series is important. There's not only money available for every single game, is also prize money available for the top 6. So it's 26k for first, and then all the way down to 1.7k for 6th, and that kind of it roughly doubles all the way up. Second to first is not quite double, and I guess actually what, third to, okay, so yeah, it doubles all the way up to third, sorry, and it's a smaller increases third, second, first, but still pretty significant. Second is 17.5k USD, and first is 26.4 roughly. So anyway, enough of that. We've got Centaur picked up for CDEC, so just kind of a dual stun off lane, but I think the mentality with this Centaur as well is one of the nicest things about Centaur as an offlaner, that you can just kind of leave him there. And even if he's got kind of counter matchups and things like that, he's still going to do okay. And even if he's not, he can always just kind of go and back lane a little bit. He can catch up pretty well in the jungle once you should get to the mid game if there is a little bit more space to work with. And I think it's nice having an offlaner that you can leave by himself when you've got the Earthshaker, because especially if you're talking about like Death Prophet mid and you've got the Shaker with the potential connection, you know, rotating in from the side lanes. If you don't have the right hero mid for Sparking Arrow, if they don't have you know, something with an escape, even the Ember before level 6, if he happened to go mid, could be vulnerable to that kind of a rotation. So Sparking Arrow just couldn't go for Lycan here. I don't think it really looks like a free Lycan game necessarily. Like, it's okay for getting into the back lines and finding your Oracle and stuff like that, but there is some decent AoE stuns on the side of CDEC, and they're not terrible at clearing up all of the summons and stuff either. It's always kind of important to look at your AoE as well, in terms of how you're going to deal with the Lycan. That Arrow, I don't know what they're doing laning wise. I guess maybe they are just going to send the Ember to mid lane. It doesn't seem like they have any particularly good matchup against the Death Prophet. The Rubik is getting banned out. So what else could they do here? They could make the Ember a support, but one of Ember, Lich, Lina has to be a core, pretty much no matter what. So if they wanted to, it could just be Lina mid versus the Death Prophet. That is a pretty good matchup for the Lina, but that is again where I would be worried about these Shaker rotations kind of coming in. But that might be the angle that CDEC are looking at here. They're like, all right, it's Lina mid, 4 or 3 Ember or something, and Sparking Arrow just gonna go for the Nature's Prophet with the last grab. So we're really trying to shift gears into a lot of push, but they are, other than Lycan, very squishy this game. They do have good burst, but they're also playing against the Oracle with the Death Prophet. So
10 seconds
the burst
remaining.
against the DPL shouldn't be too concerning so long as the positioning is right from
Choose your
Oracle.
hero.
And CD's just gonna go for Sven to round out the draft. Sven has not been very popular as of late. I think the hero is in not the best place, but this is actually looking like a fairly decent Sven game. Gives them another stun against the Lycan. Sven doesn't even really need to be the primary damage source in fights. And yeah, they've just grabbed triple stuns to round out the draft. That Sven's always going to be able to clean up the trance and clean up all the Lycan shenanigans. But what do we have in terms of roles for Parking Arrow? So it is going to be position 3, Nature's Prophet. And then what? They've got a position 4 Ember being played by Felix. I can't say that personally I'm a big fan of the position 4 Ember, though. I think the motivation in this game is primarily like, oh, you know, Ember's looking like he's going to have a pretty tough game. Matchup-wise, we don't have a great place to really put him in the lane somewhere, so maybe just over to the position 4 is going to help out a little bit, but you know, I do even worry about top lane a little bit. I think this Centaur is going to be just fine down bottom by himself. So I think this Earthshaker can get a ton of work done. Alright. So in here, I need to use this. I got these smaller menu.
Prepare for battle.
We got player names. Nice. They're all set. But yeah, it's position 4 Ember, just kind of going boots first. I have seen it. I do think it can work under the right circumstances. Just feel like it's such a gamble, and like not really that good of a lane hero either. So I've also just seen a situation where you start losing your lanes even a little bit, and the Ember is like, what do I do? I can't make any plays. It just kind of ends up walking around the map doing whatever. CDEC coming up here. Is he gonna spill up James? He does. They're gonna go for the Shaker. James with a 3-man stun. Be missing on his stuff. And so that's actually coming back around, looking for the stun onto the Lycan. Just putting some harassment onto him. A little bit surprised that they're not going for somebody like Lena. And now Felix, even with his boots, does get up another chains. Stormhammer still on cooldown for 6 seconds. But CDEC with everybody up here just looking to brawl, and it does seem like they should be able to get the skill off the Felix James as Fisher. Here comes the nuke from XM, and that is going to be first blood for CDEC, getting off on the right foot here. OP God is going to be able to grab himself 2 bounties down on the bottom side of the map. CDEC still just constantly fighting over here. And what is Victoria gonna get up to? Is he gonna try and snipe a curve? Something like that. Set up. I think we're good. Are we live? Yeah, we're live. Alright, this is perfect. Okay. Good stuff. It does seem like he might be looking for a little bit of a courier snipe. Sven just walking down into the lane at bottom. Not gonna E or anything like that. Yeah, can he get the snipe? It does seem. So Lycan is just waiting to see where the lanes settle, and he, I guess, does not want to play against the Sven. Maybe he was a little bit worried about some kind of aggro tri-lane after CDEC showed up so aggressively with 5 heroes for the bounties. But all right, just have to slowly walk his way up. It could still just be a tri-lane anyway. This Oracle not feeling like he needs to be bottom just yet.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And just needs to be somewhat careful. If he gets caught out by a Fortune 10, I think he might end up dying. They are instead going up to the Lycan, just looking to put some damage down. Here comes Fisher. They're stacking their stuns a bit, but they're also blocking him pretty effectively. Red Panda getting turned around on. I don't think you can fight up against 3, my friend. And it's going to be a Fortune 10 in a second, so that Frost Shield not really going to be helping him out too much. James doesn't have the Fisher for a little bit, so just gonna end up being a bunch of damage traded. So far at mid, DD doing very well for himself, has opted for the point in the Fiery Soul, seems to be just getting those stacks up and really laying the auto attacks down onto the Death Prophet. This is kind of their counter pick matchup, so definitely have to try and make the most of it, even though I still think the Death Prophet is going to do just fine. And Sven at bottom, looking for a little bit of a turnaround here onto Felix and Victoria. We'll pick that one up, no problem. So is this Ame, or did it have, that's Ame. I recognize the profile. We've had this question before. We're kind of harassing SRF a little bit. We gotta be careful about keeping in the stacks and all the rotation with the Fisher. They bring down DD. Apologies, I did not catch that kill. It didn't even look like the Fisher really helped out that much. He just kind of got caught out by some Spirit Siphons and run down. Alright, well that is certainly a really nice start for CDEC. I think we're starting to see a little bit how that previous series will. But the curious thing is that in the previous iteration of CDA League, not the DPL-CDA, just the CDA League, I believe that Sparking Arrow actually took out a best of 3 there against CDEC, so they are certainly capable of it. The CDEC team seems to be finding their strength a little bit. I think I was going to talk about standings in this league, but maybe didn't get around to it. So we do actually have, they're 3-3 currently. Sparking Arrow haven't played as many games. They're 1-3. And I believe that one win is the def win that they get against Newbie. So definitely looking for some wins. They were actually the overall winners of the first iteration of CDA League, and just haven't quite had that same form that they did in that one. So far at bottom, what is this position for Ember actually able to do? Has Felix gone and dragged creeps or anything? To me, that's the other weird thing, right? Is with the position through Nature's Prophet, this hero does a ton of damage, so all he needs is just a sacrifice top. All he needs is just a little lockdown for his position 4 to really threaten. Oh, and now Lena getting caught out again at mid. They just allow this Fisher. He's going to be able to pick up the Arcane Range. He's looking to cut off the retreat. He's actually going to turn around on him here as X heads back to live. Doesn't want to miss too much experience. Yeah, what is this position for Ember going to do? Felix is thinking about making a rotation over to mid. The Fisher block does come in, but DD just gonna have to head to the right. He does have 3 stacks of Fiery Soul currently. Can't get another stack up, so as soon as this fades, he might just get chased down. XM just needs vision. He's gonna stick charges from DD. He's gonna keep him alive, and well, I mean, Felix rotates over. All he does is throw one slap chains, and that's it. You tell I'm a position 4 Ember hater. I am even a position 1 Ember doubter. For all of those things that I said about position Ember just before, as somebody who mainly plays 5, and I have a safe lane Ember on my team pub game, just like, what do I do? This hero is just gonna get bullied. We don't really have a kill potential, I guess, depending on the build. So we'll just have to see what Felix can do here. So far, only level 2. They're up doing fine. Level 4 up here top did die, and as I said, Oki God actually brought down at bottom. 2 points in the stun from the Sven, and already the 2 points in the Purifying Flames for Victoria. Game's lagging, but the stream is still fine. Ooh, slideshow. Next slide, please. Okay. Seems like we're okay in the end. Mid lane with the intervention of the Earthshaker, pretty much even. We do have a TP top coming in from Felix, and they do see this Earthshaker the entire time. They have not caught a glimpse of the Ember just yet. SRF not going to be the easiest kill. Red Panda in a pretty aggressive position, and James finds them out now. They do get the chains coming through. He's got the Fisher, and Victoria also TPing up here. He got even making the rotation. This is a 4-man gank from Sparking Arrow. Just going to be a 1-for-1 so far. SRF going to take a little bit more damage. And it doesn't look like they're trying to make a play with the catapult to bring down this tower. Lift is still available, and SRF just positioning himself to try and clear this one out. Even XM now making the rotation through. has got the slide, but he's gonna get caught. Actually, also slowing down OP God. Nice little sprout. It's about a harm's way, but that is a pretty costly rotation, I think, for parking error. XM still just kind of running at them. Exorcism getting popped. He's got a lot of move speed chasing after the Lycan. He's got one Spirit Siphon remaining. The dive continues. Here goes the Fortune's End channel. Lich does come in with a little bit of a turnaround. Nice slight change. XM maybe in a bit too deep here as he also gets dragged in by the Sister Gate. Right on top of him. He's got stick charges. They need a couple more auto attacks to finish him off. He's siphoning off anything that he can find. Felix. Now they've got the Stampede. They want this kill. XM needs to be careful. Just runs into Red Panda and nukes him down. So Felix can be pretty happy with that. Just finding the 1-for-1. Now Lycan with the ulti popped, but Shaker does cross the gate. Ooh, DP with Nimbus. Good game so long as he lands the stun. Okay, might not even need to land the stun. No, I guess he did. They're still hell-bent on getting the tier 1 tower up here. We'll be able to get the deny. SRF stuns up the big clump of creeps and walk back. Doesn't already have a full Vanguard. So, it's going to be pretty difficult to bring down with all the summons. Sven, Ahmed just has a straight-up AC queued currently. I mean, it's certainly a good item, but I was not expecting to see it already in this situation. Maybe he's just trying to get a buckler or something early on. But Mask of Madness thus far, very good CS, pretty good on the network. He's over on the Radiant side, so he's gonna have earlier access to these Ancients. Have already been stacked once. But he's keeping mid, looking for a little bit of a fight. Fucking arrow with the dive behind the tower mid. It's kind of low. Can they keep him alive? That's got to be the question. Victoria's doing his best. It's just going to be the Ember Spirit as the kill here. Sparking Arrow not getting anything, but really trying to get active super early on this Witcher's Prophet. Try and claim a little bit of map control, and they do force some pretty hefty rotation. SRF is able to just keep on pushing up top. So long as he sees a bunch of heroes mid, he doesn't really have anything to worry about, but does we feel like Sparking Arrow on a little bit of a time in this game. If we get too late against the Sven Death Prophet, I do think they're gonna get out carried a little bit. Possible for them to play late game. You know, Nature's Prophet can scale quite well. The Lina also pretty good, and Lycan, so long as he's able to going on here. Do they have a little bit more follow-up? Yes, they do. XM comes through nuke. And they do also have an exorcism, but are they actually willing to trade? Looks like they might just be forced to. Bottom tower already being brought down by the Necrobook. The parking Sven at mid, just trying to hold on to this tier 1 tower a little bit longer. Definitely going to be important to maintain control over the Roshan pit if they can. I don't want to give that away too early, though. Sparking Arrow do not have the best Aegis carriers in the world. Lycan only has ulti. Lina's only got... Lina's not really going to survive if you die in the middle of the enemy team with an Aegis, and kind of for the Nature's Prophet. We could have got on somewhat, and there is some decent damage here from the Lina. Wrath of Nature bouncing through. Centaur getting a little bit involved, and then it's going to save the Sven for the time being. James also with the fish. He's looking for a slight change, but he can't quite get the range. Just has to settle for the Earthshaker instead. They've also lost Victoria on the other side of this fight, underneath the tier 1 tower. Sparking Arrow surging in here with 5 heroes. Really looking to claim it. Ref is kind of walking over. I think he might be a little bit too late. XM in the neighborhood. He's kind of thinking about it, but it does seem like they're just gonna have to give this one away. And the Lycan still doing exactly what it wants to be doing so far this game. OP just gonna be going for Blade Mail. Has a little bit of a turn. On the one hand, I can understand the idea and the Vanguard for the Centaur, but if things get too much more aggressive from Sparking Arrow, maybe SR could find himself wishing that he'd gone for maybe this really faster Blink Dagger. Because he's still buying a lot of little items, like he's just put up a Windlace for himself, just got the stick coming out, Lycan, she's going back to the Dominator. CDEC do have to walk up here at mid. Just because the tier 1 tower, that's too much contest. Panda tries for the deny.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And like she finds this little ancient stack over here. So he's gonna be the one to clear that up. Sven's still just going straight for AC. That doesn't seem to be the plan for. Okay. I guess if they get like AC plus Warcry plus Crimson, they're making it go under the Lycan. He's got boots, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. XM a little off the mark with the nuke there. But maybe he was aiming for the creeps as well. Alright, Lycan gets brought down. Will Ame get punished at the same time? Felix jumping forward, cheats a little cooldown for 2 seconds time. Lena coming over, just chucks out the Laguna Blade. Sven's still pretty darn tanky though. They really need to find a catch, and he just whipped the chains this time. Come on, Felix. I think if he catches the chains, it should be a kill. Or then Lena stuns, and then maybe the lit catches up, or Lycan again at bottom trying to hold onto the tower. Exorcism's being popped, still about half duration. SRF, yeah, not even going to be going for the blink here. It's just going straight for the Crimson Guard. So really just trying to tank up as much as humanly possible. Lena, a little bit greedier on the build, has gone for some DPs, so he's still sort of thinking about that scaling potential. SRF could be the next target, but once again, the catch kind of a problem. The Emperor is this sort of fixes all your catch problems hero, but so if you're whipping your combinations, and these two supports are trying to make it go on to Jade. He's got the Echo Slam looking for the turn. Does he have that last little bit of damage that they need? XM rotating over, they get the silence that OP. Just gonna finish him off with the TPN.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sucks to be James. He's gonna hold this bottom tower, but down here by himself.
Dire's top
Doesn't really have a whole lot of
attack.
vision to play around. They've even opted to actually, does this ward even block the camp? It might not block. That's kind of a cool ward. But just getting a tiny bit of vision still on their side of the map. They just take a regular creep. Maybe forward. They want this kill on the Lycan. Pretty tanky. Does get the ultimate off. XM might be the one that gets turned around on here. OP just standing his ground with the blitz. Nice 2-man slight chains in the background. OP still living. Stun comes through from this one touch to finish off that kill. Red Panda knows that he can't retreat back past the Fisher, so he just tries to do a little bit of damage before he gets down. XM does pick up a double kill there. And what he's got his heals completed now. Exorcism back up cooldown in 20 seconds. Network still ever slightly in favor of CDEC. Experience actually moving in their direction a lot. They haven't been as grouped up as Sparking Arrow, and the win probability is actually being moving in CDEC's favor this entire time. Death Prophet can go on, but the big question is, where's the Oracle? They do have the False Promise available. They're getting a little bit split along this high ground. Fisher helps to buy them a little bit more space. Red just walks in there without care in the world as the Exorcism now gets popped. Needs to be careful with those blade mail, but that Yolt is going to buy in the time that he needs. And OP should be brought down. He really just wanted to force the fight, but was not maybe anticipating that all 5 of CDEC would be over here. So he gets brought down. He does find an opportunity to go grab 2 bounties for his team on the top side of the map. So he'd be pretty happy with that. But the metrics still very much favoring CDEC. And the next round of outposts is going to be, especially at the 20-minute mark, going to be a pretty pivotal moment for Sven. Kind of in no man's land here, and this time around they've got the lockdown, Lena landing the stun, and nowhere for Sven to go, and Victoria and SRF kind of coming over to see if they could help out in any way. With the Sven dead, knowing that the Exorcism is also on cooldown, able to make it good for the Roshan pick. Red Panda just wanted to put ward down for his team here. As Harper walks in, but he's taking big damage off the auto attacks from DD. They get the stampede in James lands Echo. They do get the follow stun onto the center, but he gets saved by the Promise Oracle, keeping him alive, and now trouble for the life as he comes into down into yet another stun from the Earthshaker and brought down in the end. Sparking Arrow, not the best Roshan decision making, not enough respect for CDEC. Even without the big ultimates, they've still got plenty of damage. Great combination with the Stampede and the Echo Slam. SRF and James reminding SAG that they are still in this game, they're still here to play. And, well, it may not even take getting to the 20-minute mark here. That is really CDEC starting to... it's not the final nail in the coffin, but they've got the hammer out at the very least. It's starting to look a little bit tough for Sparking Arrow. What are the next item toppings? So Larkin still needs to finish off Neckerbuck. He started to just slowly but surely fall down the net worth chart. I think his net worth is really kind of getting propped up by the buildings that they've managed to take it. He doesn't actually have that much farm, only 97 CS to his name. Meanwhile, you look over at the Sven, he's already got 207. You know, they are very different heroes, but Sven is starting to get pretty big. They do smoke right on top of an observer ward, so this should not really catch anybody out. Red Panda just booking it backwards. They do have the level 2 system ready to go and a ton of move speed on XM with the boots of travel, the Yules, and he's still carrying around the Faded Approach currently. So unless they can find that chain stun on him, it's going to be very, very difficult to control and bring down this Death Prophet. They've got a ward down just outside of the range of the Sentry, so a little bit of a false security for Sparking Arrows. Now the sounds comes down to the Emperor. Fisher not going to provide the lock they're looking for. And Sven just going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter. Just major items. So we're going to see Superman Sven. And we don't have any silly combos with a Grimstroke or anything like that, but it's still going to be pretty cool. What's the best that they can do? Maybe they can channel a Fortune's End on him. You can go jumping in and they can get the follow-up that way. But with their AC and with their AC and their Crimson Guard, they're going to be crazy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, and with that, they just walk top, take out the tier 2 for free. Smoke from Sparking Arrow is not going to get caught out. They're sending the Nature's Prophet top with his TP, so he can still teleport in. They've pretty much got all 5 heroes available. What do they see? They see a Centaur over here. They see Ekdom and James moving over past their ward currently. SRF breaks the smoke. He's not the easiest target to go on, but they do feel that his team is pretty far away. They're just hard committing on the Centaur. SRF pops the Stampede. But it's going to be brought down by the auto attacks. I think maybe even after the blade mill. Flexing the Stampede damage there. And now into the pit they go. This is getting brought down pretty quickly. CDEC do the best. They're actually smoked up themselves, making their way over. They don't have the blink dagger, the shaker, and they don't have the Stampede to get him in for either. XM, 2-man silence. Fisher comes through, breaking up the farm a little bit. Sparking Arrow just committed to finish off the Roshan. XM wants to go. Pops the Exorcism. They just look at the see out on the Lycan. He does make it. Lich getting chopped in half. This friend on the other side. He buys himself a second, and Victoria decides, hey, you know what? I want that kill for myself. Snipes it quickly. Slightly, well, not the greediest TP. It does head down bottom to try and keep the push going a little bit. Even with Aegis, this thing can, like I said, not a huge boost for they do have shapeshifts relatively soon. The clock is still ticking here. Sven is getting bigger. He's gonna have his level 18 before too long. XM not opting for a BKB this game, interestingly. Just trying to get away with slightly greedier builds. Just gonna go for the Aghanim Scepter next, actually. Like I said, it's a little bit of a sustain for him. Maybe he feels like he just doesn't have to have BKB because he's got the Oracle. But there's a lot of trust to be putting in your Oracle, who doesn't really have a whole lot of items to guarantee his positioning. But so long as they're coordinating well, then it should be fine. Lena, do you have another item? Picking up the Shadow Blade. So Sparking Arrow not going to be looking for the full 5-on-5, but still continuing to look for kind of these solo pickoffs, using their wards effectively, playing over to right now. Victoria and James taking this background, just trying to play around their Sven. James is going to be the target. Sven does he want to fight? He finds Red Panda once again. Should be enough to gauge to buy him a couple of seconds. No, he actually just tries to hide. 3-man out jumping through. XM doesn't have the exorcism, but still committing to the fire. Lycan getting kited around a little bit. They have used the false promise already. And without a false promise, this Death Frost is in big trouble. XM being kept alive a little bit. SRF coming in with the stun, helping out Sven, getting kited though. Yule's into his sprout. Nowhere to go. DD with the follow-up stun and Sparking Arrow. It takes them a little while. They do manage to bring him down. SRF still fighting, but now another stun chains and another stun. Finally, the lockdown starting to work, and Sparking Arrow with a beautiful smoke, finding a very, very nice fight. They do not quite manage to get the Death Perfect kill, so XM lives to push out the lanes just that little bit more. And that is kind of the one problem for Sparking Arrows, that they took that fight, but it wasn't really close to any objectives, so that they're not really advancing their position too much. I mean, the win probability is still getting dragged back a little bit as they continue to win fights and get more net worth, especially up on Selena, but I think this is still pretty accurate from my assessment of this game. Just like CDEC's team fight is so scary, especially as they continue to pick up items. And yes, Sven really needs some kind of mobility item. I'm not sure if I necessarily 100% agree with the Agnum Scepter as the build, but I know maybe once he gets his level 20, gets the -5 second Stormhammer cooldown, could look pretty good. But the Stormhammer dispels about, I guess, what, Flame Guard, Frost Shield, about it. Could we see some shenanigans with we do have a Lotus being built up for this Nature's Product, so maybe that's where we start to see some Aghanim Scepter shenanigans from this one. Just waiting on the Lycan to reconnect currently. And already, looking like this game is going to be going a little bit longer than any of the games in the previous time that these two teams met. Okay. Good to go. CDEC, are you ready to play some Dota? So I think the other thing that they were trying to do over here when they kind of got caught was probably come in and get some down. Because the Sven, it's normally a little bit weird, because the way that the map would typically be split up in this kind of situation, or just in general, is that the CDEC would be taking a little bit more control over the dire jungle, but Sven really wants control still over the ancient. So if they can somehow create a situation where he's able to keep control of ancient camps, that's amazing for him. But it's kind of a weird way to have to play the map, so they would really need like some good wards over here on the enemy tri-camp area to make that happen. Instead, they've just kind of ended up with almost no vision. Of course, it is always going to be a little bit more difficult to play against the Necro 3. Lycan is getting free D stuff, but they do have to place slightly more unorthodox wards as a result, otherwise the Lycans just find them. And God King's still running around with a coffee shovel here. Is this really the item for him at this point of the tournament? He's got some Vampire Fang to taking instead. But I guess he wants a little bit of extra survivability. Looking to push out mid. Doesn't have the Ags just yet. The Necrobook does get popped. James has got this Blink Dagger, so again, we haven't really seen the true power of CDC's team fight for the last little bit. It's still online for 1 more minute. I'm just going to put himself on the front lines. Doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter now completed. Centaur just going to be going for Lotus up next. Haven't seen too much of this Shadow Blade, but it does enable him to play a little bit more aggressively. And CDC with a 5-man smoke, hardly any vision whatsoever. So just going to put SRF on the front lines. Let's see if this actually finds anything. I'm not sure that it will. Maybe the Emperor, not really the ideal target. There is an Indus here. Maybe they can bait that a little bit. Jump forward. Nice slight change. The immediate reaction from Felix. The Wrath of Nature bounces through. They are still looking to walk down onto the Ember. Come forward with the Echo Slam. It really got this kill, but are they even going to get him? He's got an Esper. He's still pretty tanky. XM pops the Exorcism. They're looking to go in the background. Red Panda with the lockdown. kind of safe. Good positioning, but DD not the best positioning from him. Sven jumping on top of him. 3 seconds to go until he's got another Aghanim's hammer, and they haven't managed to bring down XM. Great Fisher blocking it out. Ame, they're actually to keep the Lycan alive, but his Aegis is being reclaimed nicely with the Shadow Amulet, but now they get further jumps forward. One more on the back line. Helix, he's got running. Can he get out of here? XM finishes that off. James, is he dead to the tower? Oh, yeah, he's dead to the tower. Well, okay. So Oracle buys back, but is even forced into using the False Promise. Doing tons of damage. Really, the fight-winning thing there was like XM was half HP around here, and then I switched over here to shift for a second, but it looks like he's just getting chased this way, and then all of a sudden the Fisher comes across and blocks off the Lycan, and they can't finish the Death Prophet. XM just continues to do a buttload of damage. Now he's got the Aghanim Scepter picked up as well. Of course, the other thing is that DD just doesn't do any damage. He's kind of stuck over here because they're coming in, trying to kill off the Oracle quickly. But one stun and the Lina is done. It's not good with this kind of a build where you've only got 1400 HP. Right, he's even gone for the little striker rate damage. OP. Alright, TP's in to try and get a very aggro ward down, and this courier just happens to be flying over the top, so James gonna quickly get that ward. Oh, lightning. Here comes Sven. Those necrobooks that he just popped out gonna get cleaned up very quickly, and there's already a killing spree here for Sven. 16.4k net worth. So he out of the meta quite a bit, but definitely a good game for it here. And poor Amber just running around with 0 vessel charges. In, Echo, chain stun, here comes Sven. Daddy's home, and Ame, another kill. ED just trying to keep bottom lane pressured in, but with this regen, with the God Strength popped, it does seem like CDEC just gonna try and make their way down the middle. They are pretty close to the next round of neutral items. 27, so if they could quickly farm these ancients, that would be a pretty big deal, as they're now just looking for DE. James revealing himself, having this approach for a second. DD just gonna go for the invis, DD out, Red Panda. Also, just gonna head on out of there. Okay, now Sven's got a BKB. And he's got the 5 second, well, minus 5 second Stormhammer cooldown, so Sven should not be nearly so easy to kite. There's not going to be a Sinister Gaze or anything to deal with him. CDEC even checking if there might be some kind of ward up here on this high ground or anything like that. They know that Sparking Arrow are playing scared at this point, as they well should. They don't really have too many other options. Sparking Arrow with smoke. I do not believe that this was caught, but CDEC just playing all together. They don't have the echo for 50 seconds, but other than that, actually also missing the God Strength for the time being. Sven's still plenty strong. Lycan popping everything. Just gonna try and run around to the back lines of this fight. They're playing pretty well, protecting their Oracle. He's got Ghost Scepter too. Let's see if Felix is actually able to escape there. That censoring and the jump away. Lycan pretty unhappy with having guilty like that. Roshan's going to be respawning in 30 seconds time. OP is still just trying to pick up the BKB here. They do have the BKB on Lina, and DD just going to be going for a Desolator after that. They really need to find a fight where the Lina can just kind of sit there and auto attack, but that's the other sort of problem with their lineup. I mean, it's an intentional choice going for the just Prophet off lane, but because of that, they got no front line. So it collapses pretty quickly, and because of that, there's really not going to be easy chances for Lina to just kind of do her thing. Oh, they don't see OP. But he ran south, but he does manage to find a little high roll and get the DP out. CDEC 6k ahead. Almost 15k or 12.5k experience ahead, and they would probably dip back down a little bit, but Dota Plus still liking them for the time being. Got a Titan Sliver for the Centaur. I don't even know if it's better than Claw on the Sven. maybe considers it once he picks up full data list or something like that. But he's still trying to be a nuisance. It does seem like CDEC just gonna try and make a bid for this top outpost, and that might give them a little bit of extra control that they need over this Roshan pit. Felix scouting, keeping tabs on what's going on here. Just kind of give away his ward somewhat. So I'm just going to be a quick D word for SRF. And now no vision in the area of the pit for Sparking Arrow. I don't even know if they can make a team fight at this point. I think they need to just play for that. The Nature's Prophet and Alina might even need to just play a little bit, like a little bit crazy. And just kind of try and force a tier 3 or something. Man, CDC just popping everything to get this Roshan ASAP. Dire have scanned it out, but Sparking Arrow, I don't know if this is the right decision to try and take this fight. Moving over, Felix should be the one to scout inside of the pit, but Aegis and Cheese already claimed. Cheese over on the Death Prophet. Sparking Arrow looking for their opportunity, but they've already got the jump onto the Ember. Felix top down. What more can they find? DD putting the burst damage on the Oracle will be able to bring him down, but he just has to run for it now. With the BKB getting chased down, SRF running after on the other side of this fight. James trapped inside of the Sprout, just fighting his way through everything. With the BKB pockets without the Aegis, he's being left alone. Nice defensive Sprout to keep her alive. The drag back. James trying to defend his defense. Does have Echo Slam also available. XM tries DPL. Ends up being cancelled by something. Echo Slam onto 2. James the Fisher onto 4. Now Omni can start with the auto attack. Pretty tanky with all of the bonus on though. Run back over the Death Prophet. They do have silence. Out with the stun. Can they finally bring down the Sven? They managed to. But CDEC gonna keep on brawling. Like all he can do is just sit there and auto attack. Doesn't have the wolf form anymore. Felix, did he buy back? He did. But looking like he might just be brought down one more time. With the silence, James doesn't have the Fisher for a little bit, but they don't need it. They've got Aster for Blink Stomp. And the rest of CDEC turning up to save the day. It took them an hour to kill. You know, they killed Sven pretty quickly twice, but CDEC still had those resources to put in there. And what were the buybacks? So we did have a buyback from James, we had a buyback from Felix, and we did also have a buyback from Red Panda. And again, I think this game is just getting further and further out of reach for Sparking Arrow. Like the Lycan is just getting, his position is getting worse this game. Like he doesn't even have the AC. What's his net worth? Is it? Yeah, 13k, which is respectable, but pretty far behind on the side of CDEC. SRF just gonna be picking up Halberd next, so they're just getting tankier and tankier all the time. XM getting his Shivas as well. Ame setting his sights on a Satanic. Man, hope he really want to tank up. Going for Shivas next on top of everything this man has. It would be better to describe this as a crap load of armor. But, what's he gone talent-wise? He's also gone the +8 armor talent. And we do have this Ditto on D. But like you saw in that last fight, right? He killed the Oracle, and then he just got chased for the rest of the fight. Doesn't have anyone to actually hold back the enemy team, so that he could just sit there and then go attack. I don't know if they don't actually see him. No. Oh. James, follow up lockdown as well. Red Panda's like, buddy, this is all I got for you. I'm also gonna Glimmer, buying him a second, and he actually gets away. The auto attack still chasing, and that comes with a ghost as well. All right, like using a bunch of remnants to get out there. OP, grateful for the information. It's just gonna keep on pushing over at top. Ame pressures at bottom, level 24. I don't think anyone really wants him in the game currently, or at least nobody on the side of Sparking Arrow. 10k now the lead. Win probability still kind of plateauing a little bit. Yeah, there's still some net worth accumulation going on the side of SAG. And you know, I guess Ember can always kind of scale and becoming an actual hero this game if things go long enough. Or it's playing very defensively. Almost at the level 15, so we'll be able to play even more defensively with that one caster range. Help out a bit. OP just up. Well, God's going pop straight up onto the high ground. CDEC not wasting any time. Exorcism also being used. Here comes the glyph, where they're just looking to force them back right now. Lycan is still trapped on the tier 2 over a spot. He doesn't want to come in for the full fight. DD with a little bit of harassment, but still more than healthy enough on these front lines. Can they get any kind of on the way back out? DD pops the BKB, but again, the question is, can he actually stand here and just get auto attacks them up? He's doing pretty well in Tesla. OP just walking into this fight. Ectoslap doesn't connect onto anything. OP still auto attacking them as they try and stampede and retreat their way back out. Slight not going to catch into anyone. James will be brought down. Ame goes in, doesn't get the BKB Satanic off just yet. Now the BKB getting popped. Lycan pretty survivable. Ame looking for a target with the Satanic. He's also got the feed, and Lycan just not finding any targets. His ultimate wears out now. Sven tanks the Laguna Blade like it's nothing. He hops over onto OP. Doesn't want to bother auto-checking him. XM finally chasing down the Lycan. Double kill, another stun. Red Panda wanted to keep the fight going. But now they're just getting turned around on. CDEC finding their footing, not having to kite out that Lycan ultimate. And all it takes is the sacrifice of James to win this fight. Would go and continue to push. Why not? Straight into the mid lane. Lycan dead for 15, no buyback. There is buyback for the Nature's Prophet. DD just trying to get his backdoor protection re-enabled. There are some siege creeps in here already. So this could just be mega creeps for CDEC here. Middle lane down, still 30 seconds to go. Nature's Prophet doesn't want to use the buyback. Doesn't even feel like it's really going to help. Alright, here comes the buyback. They've got the try and defend like chains. So just a slight for now. Jump forward. Let's get the yield up. He's up to BKB. DD just has to turn around. A couple of auto attacks on the defense side. He's got the house. He's got the Oracle health in the map. Jump forward. Felix chop around OP. Be a little bit tankier. Blade Mail also helping out somewhat. Nice stun from DD. That's the kind of front lining that I was thinking about. But it's not that. Prophet dead for 100 seconds, and as the Mega Creeps claimed, Sparking Arrow, a slightly longer game, but still the same result. CDEC will be taking the first game here in the best of these series, DPL-CDA. They put up a decent fight. I think they just kind of missed their timing, and I am still not believing.
Radiant team ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
I guess CDC not feeling like they're gonna have answers for that, and I do think mid lane TA can be pretty nice to have if you've got a safe lane Ember Spirit, because as much as Ember can do good damage, he's never going to be able to take buildings for your team. So you do kind of have to, if you've got a mid lane Ember, then you do kind of need a little bit more of not necessarily a carry mid, but in that vein of having some, you know, some building damage and some objective taking coming from your mid lane, as CDEC with a very squishy, very spammy lineup here. I don't know if there's any thought in the mind of Sparking Arrow to pick up like Pugna, or maybe looking at a Jug or a Lifestealer or something here. But
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, this CDEC lineup is very, very nuke happy. They don't really have a whole lot else going on just yet. Like, even their D push is not amazing. So they've got a good gank for sure, and good spell damage, but zero objective taking thus far. Nothing to do against BKBs at all.
Clinks.
Sparking Arrow just gonna go for Clinks in this. Okay. So it is a hero that's been pretty popular, especially if you've been watching Crit stream. You've definitely seen plenty of Clinks. It does feel a little bit like so much of the game for Clinks is just whether or not the early game goes well.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, if the early game goes well, fantastic. If you're running around and getting kills and getting your resets on your death pact, then you're looking great. Otherwise, the game can kind of start to catch up on him a little bit. Of course, it's but CDC just gonna go for a Mars. Okay, so it's still not really a whole lot of objective taking. Pretty good against the Clinks. I don't know if I've seen people utilizing the Bulwark toggle that much to protect your team, but I think that's something that's worth bringing up here. I imagine that it works against the Burning Army. So if Mars just like pops up his shield, he can redirect all those projectiles back to him and keep his team alive. As Sparking Arrow now going for a Veno. Okay, I don't mind it. It kind of takes objectives. You can definitely tank up in a way that would be kind of annoying for CDC to deal with you, but have they now opened themselves up to getting like anti-maged or something? I guess the Clinks can kind of hunt him if that ended up being the pick. But CDC definitely need they need a 1v5 hero for sure at this point. There's kind of there's no question about it. It has to be some kind of like AM Terrorblade Meepo, you know, something that's gonna have all the hero damage. Well, not necessarily all the hero damage, but something that's gonna do all the building damage for them this game. Because otherwise, I don't know how they take objectives at all. This is even good here.
10 seconds remaining.
It's like not a bad Phantom Lancer game. That was something that Sparking Arrow were banning a bunch in that earlier series that I keep referencing, but Sparking
Radiant
Arrow,
team pick.
the Tide as the last grab, so what's going on here? I guess just Clinks 1, Tide 3, Veno or Ember 4, the other one going mid, and Lich of course going to be the 5.
10 seconds remaining.
With the Slark Band out, what are CDEC going to go for? So I think this
5 seconds
winter is
remaining.
supposed to be like a little bit of a deterrent, like the Phantom Lancer getting picked up. And does of course give them some more nice team fight. Isn't going to die too easily to a Mystic Flare or something like that. So really just decide what hero he wants to play the situation. I do think that there are players that would take Anti-Mage in this spot. I'm not sure if Ame is necessarily one of them. So he's got Coddle in lane. I don't love the look of Troll Warlord this game, but you know it is a pretty good lane. Coddle Troll, and certainly a strong laner against what Tide is kind of bringing to the table. What else? Jug is probably tolerable. It's so hard against these like last 2 picks from Sparking Arrow. You really can't pick traditional melee carries. Like you're just gonna get Gale, you're just gonna get yeah, you're just gonna get Anchor Smashed, but they just go for the Phantom Lantern in the end. So I guess the Tide not enough to determine. Okay, so it's actually wait. It's position 4 Clinks. Well, that is not what I was talking about. Okay, so 4 Clinks with the Tide. So what? Gush plus arrows to zone you out. We've got God King on the position Ember. And over on the other side, yeah, just Exam playing the Void Spirit against this Venomancer at mid. So I could see that being an alright matchup for Veno, in all honesty. Alright. Well, let's see, man. Felix really likes playing these slightly unorthodox. I maybe have slightly more belief in the position for Clinks than I do in the for Ember, though maybe some of that is just because they have this Tide this game, so they do actually have some like AoE team fight and whatnot on the lineup. Lockdown for PL is not great, and Ember not the Phantom Lancer counter that he once was, but we will just have to see how this works out. Could be I think this could be a very, very difficult lane for the Phantom Lancers, so maybe there's a chance of some musical lanes here. But they do also need to be careful. I could definitely see a world where the Phantom Lancer also gets like 2 points up in Lance pretty early on here, and then with the Lance spam from the Chakra, they kind of force the Clinks out of the lane a little bit. Let's see what's Felix buying. So he's bought some regen at the beginning here, not being too greedy or anything. Does definitely, his build seems to suggest that they're just gonna try and contest this lane, put pressure on. And Sparking Arrow running down bot with 4 heroes currently. Ember is still gonna decide what kind of item build he wants. He's like, all right, well I definitely want Quelling Blade and some tangos. What else? What do I do against Mars Skyrath Mage? Well, I guess I'll just try and buy a wand real fast and ferry some regen. Alright, what? SRF with the tip on OP God who just immediately types meme in all chat? Sure. Alright, I'm just gonna be going for Tarask early on here. I guess it's not that good of like a full hood game, and it does seem like these PLs in China have gone away from opting for the full hood first. The Ring of Tarask kind of back in fashion. Ame just poking and prodding, gonna go do some scouting. They haven't seen anybody up top, so should know that most of them are down here. But I think he was hoping to maybe sneak up, grab a bounty for himself. He's already opened up this pole. He's opened up some little juke paths.
Begins.
Really thinking about the way that they want to play this lane. Could even be a situation where they're not unhappy with nuking the wave a little bit. I'm not sure if the Keeper of the Light is even going to bother getting Illuminate, but they could push out pretty hard and, you know, ban blind and then just try and run pulls. They have not blocked the big camps. All camps being blocked. Over on the other side, it's just vision for CDEC. And I guess worth pointing out that, again, we actually have the same drafting setup. So I guess CDEC favoring Radiant overall, and Sparking are always favoring first pick. But let's see if this core Ember has a slightly better time of it here. James already laying in some pretty hefty harassment, but you know, SRF also taking it back the other direction. Phantom Lancer is getting leaked as expected. Felix with the arrows has been pushed underneath the tower a little bit, so Ame should be able to get some CS over here.
Has been killed.
Red Panda's courier actually dead. James in a good position to snipe that out. How's mid lane going? 7-2 against 2-0 thus far. Definitely not what you want. I guess the Void Spirit does have pretty significant base damage advantage, and he has melee, so he's also getting quelling benefit. But should start to change a bit once the Venomenter starts getting up some more levels and able to zone them out a little bit. We'll see. I'm kind of curious. I also don't want to miss any kills in the side lanes. His top lane's a pretty heavy pressure lane on the poor Ember. SRF has already chewed through most of his regen. Looks like maybe getting some more carried out with the second. The Victoria has managed to go over there and get the D-ward on their pull camps. It seems like actually, did Felix even want to body block this? Who blocked that there? Did anyone block it? There you go. He's already got the death pact up. Phantom Lancer getting a little bit too aggressive there with the rush, and now Ame in some danger. Nice blind backwards from the Coddle. But they have to be so respectful of the gush plus arrows. Ton of damage coming out of Felix here. And now with blind on cooldown, he knows that he can just go up as aggressively as he wants. Got the light blind coming off. Cooldown. Can they get some misses? Yes, they can. I don't know if that last touch would have been enough to kill him. It does have the buckler, but it's certainly not a fun lane, and tilting a little bit in Ame's CS. They both picked pretty cancerous off-lane lanes. Red Panda's already chewed through all of mana, but he's got a mango. Ember actually just looking for a bottle. And yeah, this mid lane starting to go a little bit better for DD as he picks up that second point in the Gale. Able to force out of the lane until he's able to pop this Sal. Gonna take him a little bit longer with the recent nerfs. So not getting any of those CS under the tower, and that is going to close the gap pretty significantly. Only a 4 CS lead at this point. And Clink's even okay. I'm not sure the cycle there. Looks like maybe just interrupting a little bit of a pull. Using death back from the big creep. Looks TPing top. Okay. He's got some death pact duration. He's got his point up in the skeleton walk. Doesn't have a ton of mana for searing arrows, but should be enough. And they do have the 1/1/1 on Red Panda as well. SRF needs to be careful. Does get the spear back, but Felix is here with the damage. A point in the chains, but can they close the gap onto SRF? He also gets a bracer delivered. The dive continues. The rebuke comes out, and that is actually going to be SRF surviving. So really taking a lot of pressure off the Lancer at bottom, and Ame, I think, should now probably just deny the wave hard. Over at mid lane, James making the rotation to bring down DD, and that's actually good first blood there. Oh no, well. Top 3 CS, all inside of CDC so far. The Clink's kind of stranded up top. Just gonna pick up a couple of clarities here, but they have completely let the Phantom Lancer out from underneath this pressure. You're getting a soft pull going, so that could be some creeps tonight away from OT. Has just rushed the Morbid Mats for a little bit more sustain. But now with another rotation top, James pressuring onto the Ember. Can't quite hit the spear, but even if they had, wouldn't have been enough to kill. And Felix, he looks like he's running fast, but he's really going slow on his way up to top. Is he just on a bit of bounty request? Might be the answer. Ember even coming over really wants this bottle refill. All right, looks like James is dead, but they do also have a TP from the Keeper of the Light. XM even making the rotation here. Happens to be in the neighborhood grabbing a bounty of his own. They will turn it into a little bit of a trade. They spot Felix as they chop through the trees. Spear was available, but what damage is Keeper of the Light going to be providing at this stage? Not a whole lot to really do there. Is DD still okay? He's just maxing the poison sting so far. No points up in the plague board, so not really going to be a whole lot of building pressure there. Since they know that the coddle is top. Ooh, slightly, but no chains. Okay. It still would have been a tough kill against the blind, but seeing both supports top, now sets his sights on the rotation towards mid lane. Was there just in time for the potential rune, and it's actually getting a haste for DD. Everything getting dropped on XM, but he just immediately TP's home. Alright. James and Felix just passing one another by. Well, how do you do? Alright, slight change. Blind even knocking back the clinks. Maybe the drag in. And TP's to help out. James is running up here. This Mars proved to be just a little bit too tanky of a target. And now James spots that red panda, slowing him down. Felix thinking about the jump. Needs to get those boots out of the backpack here. One touch, two touch. James still doing okay. Finishes off red panda. Here comes the blind. So they've got the evasion against the auto attack. Still no searing change for 2 seconds. SRF looking for the spear. Oh, it's not quite on the money, but James still gets a double kill anyway. And this impromptu tri-lane versus tri-lane definitely working out just fine for CDEC. Sorry about the sneeze to the chair. Alright, well, Venom's getting some pressure on this mid tower. I definitely think that the Void Spirit is going to have the better overall game here. And XM looks like he's even been doing a little bit of stacking for himself, so grabbing some additional farm. SRF playing very aggro on this Ember Spirit. Shuffle for Victoria, doesn't have the blind, so he's going to be brought down. Felix now turning his attention over there. DD even making the rotation, and man, they really want this kill. Red Panda's got a Sinister Gaze and a Frost Blast. SRF juking for dear life, but has been caught out now by the Gale. He's maybe thinking back, but they still got interrupted. Yeah, he's also going to end up dying, so some nice death back damage for the Clinks. But are they going to get anything more out of this? Because the Mars has been a pain at top this entire time, but that is 4 heroes up here, and you have to ask yourself what's happening elsewhere. Why the Phantom Lancer is just not getting pressured at all, and hope you're just kind of getting run at. XM making the rotation across. He's got 2 charges of the pistol step, lands the taunt easily. OP doesn't even have the rabbit skilled, and he gets cleaned up by that last caster step pop. Yeah, Venom just buying a bunch of small items so far. He's got a bracer, band, stick. And we're getting run at, but should be okay with the 3 points in the Flame Guard. Red Panda just looking for a single pull. Alright, so what's this Clinks doing? Felix is just soaking experience of bottom. Has opted for the second, the death pack. I've seen people maxing the skeleton wall, and only eventually going back for the Burning Army. The skill has really been nerfed into irrelevance. And XM actually, well, tied TP's back bottom, and Ame and XM decide that they want to put a little bit of pressure on him once again. Raindrop already getting popped. James also coming down to the silence. Back into the taunt. Still no Ravage available. OP surviving a little bit longer. Astral Step coming off cooldown. XM jumping through. Does have a TP to get himself out of there if he needs it. But looks like he might even just be fine. Yeah, I think he's A-okay. So Tide getting camped. They're enabling the Phantom Lancer up top, knowing that the supports are elsewhere. Gareth and Victoria just walking at this Ember. And yeah, XM and Ame both having totally time games. Yeah, so Felix does go back for the second point in the Skeleton Walk. James just opting to max out the concussive shot thus far. They have a dust or anything like that. They don't have a dust or panic. And if the target with the frost shield managed to pick up the bounty rune, he did actually. Nicely done. DD comes over, doesn't have any mana available. XM is actually on the hunt for him. Gotta be a little careful. Felix is here with the haste that he just picked up. Alright, so that's the end of that. We're still just working on his phase. XM, what is the item build to be for him? He's just buying a couple more little items here, it looks like. Tome coming out to the Skywrath Mage. He might just get the Mystic Flare right away. Land a good spear, and Mystic Flare should be a pretty easy kill. I really want this Phantom Lancer down here. There's Ravage waiting afterwards. Can they figure out which one's the real one? Yes, they can. They cleared that pretty quickly. Here comes the Chain Frost as well. He's already used the doppel, so no way out. And finally, some pressure arrives for this Phantom Lancer, and a pretty nicely timed rotation as well. With the CD creep up, he'll be tanking the tower, and should be able to take this out quickly though. CDEC kind of making the same play, and whip on the Gale at mid. Oh, DD just wanted to hold the tower. Looks like with these TPs, they might be able to get some kind of a deny. XM just wants to keep on fighting the Will-O-Wisp onto both of them. Here comes the follow-up taunt. That's going to give them another Will-O-Wisp. And Felix, I don't think he's walking out of this one. XM even snipes the courier as well. Insult to injury. Doesn't get completely lucky and find the bounty rune for good measure, but, well, I'm able to be the one to come clean up the tier 1 in the end. Mars even gets the deny at bottom. SRF TPing into there. He's actually going for a Yule Scepter. Alright. I guess what? Guaranteed spears. Dispel against the Ember. Now running him down, but he's got the club coming out. He's got the 21 charges, trying to toggle. He's got the spear over onto the Lich, so we're gonna lag. Here's all damage. He does have a remnant out, but XM still chasing. Needs to land this remnant. Not quite in the right position. Just a little bit on the range there. This Void Spirit is just everywhere. Phantom Lancer's now found lethal home over on the map. I may even just opting to be a little bit greedy. Let's pick up the full Yasha first before going back to the Diffusal. Not feeling pressured to come and join these fights with this team. What does Venomancer got? Veno's just got an urn. Man, Veno is really not having much of a game. And now top 3 of the net worth all over on the side of CDEC. Felix trying to make some kind of a rotation here at mid. Is it really worth? Is the fact really worth more than just getting more points in Skeleton Wall? Lower cooldown, more attack speed, more move speed, more duration, versus just 1 more minus armor and 100 more health? I don't know. Can't say I'm a big fan. Felix Courier, alright. Quick Courier kill. They do have a Will-O-Wisp if they really want him dead, but deciding against it. And what was their vision situation? I think they may have spotted a couple of other heroes over here. A Sparking Arrow with another Ravage available. Try and make a play. They do also have the Poison Nova. XM would be a good target, but they don't really have the lockdown for him. And the Remnant landing. He wants this regen rune, and he's going to get it. SRF running forward. Here comes the spear. Can they focus down the Tide Hunter? The tracking show. Not the timeliest for him. Phantom Lancer jumping into the backline. Just Chain Frost doing decent work against Ame. He will be able to jump up onto the high ground and find his escape from this fight. Might even be able to get a kill for his trouble. He's pretty tanky. SRF does pay the price. Sparking Arrow bring him down, but Ember lockdown on the high ground. Just too many silences, too many stuns. He will also end up dying, and already a 5k lead in CDEC's favor. I mean, just look at this. This net worth and XP is pretty grim. I don't know why Felix rotated so much. I thought bottom lane was going fine. I really thought that They were pressuring the PL pretty nicely. Maybe they felt like they didn't have kill potential down there, but... Alright, blind back. Here comes the Burning Army. Victoria does manage to grab the bounty before he does. And it's going to be 2 bounties up top for CDEC. So, extending their net worth lead even that little bit more. Felix is in pretty deep. Kind of looking at Sam. There's silence available for James. We're just hiding backwards for a second. But still considering his options. Just walking at. There's no arena, but only for 1 more second. And after that, SRF could maybe look to walk his way over to the fight. His TP scroll is on cooldown for the time being. Everybody else's TP is available. Phantom Lancer going to pick up the bounty. They figured out which one the real one is. He's ready to use the Doppel. Here comes the Gush. Support's trying to help him out. He does get the march forward. SRF has the arena. And they go for this. Who's going to be the target? He decides on the spear onto the Tide Hunter. XM is just looking for Red Panda. They bring him down. Astral step forward through 2. Then bring down the secondary support. Ember Spirit still looking for this fight. Keeper of Light doesn't have the Will-O-Wisp for 10 seconds time, so Sparking Arrow actually able to keep the chase going here. Nice spear backwards. XM still fighting, but waiting on cooldowns for the time being. Looks like Victoria is going to be brought down. 1 more touch. Man, he had the blind and the Will-O-Wisp just coming back off cooldown. XM still fighting. Throws out a remnant and does just Astral Step his way out of there. Okay, pretty good. Nice that they bring the Phantom Lancer down. And they have Ravage back up in 5 seconds. Unfortunately, not really getting any ejectors out here. They do get the taunt onto the Ember, into the follow-up silence. Oh no, OP trying to see if he could help, but even the Ravage would not have saved him there. CDEC keeping everybody mid. We just have full 5-on-5, run it mid. Dota Ravage gonna connect on the 4. They don't quite get the Will-O-Wisp out of time. Here it comes, looking for a little bit of a turnaround. XM does have another remnant, throws it out, not catching onto anybody. Phantom Lancer fighting in the backlines, but does not have the defusal. So Ame just gonna take his leave from this fight. 2 on mid, almost dead. Will be claimed in a couple more auto attacks by DD, who is just going for a Vessel currently. Ember just going to be going for a Maelstrom. Felix does have his medallion picked up now. Still playing very aggressively, just silly scouting. Sparking Arrow still running at them, but they've managed to drag the net worth and the net worth experience and the win probability back in their direction. But it gets really hard once Void Spirit gets this Ags. This Ags feels a little bit ridiculous to me. Like, good stats, goes without saying. And then it also gives you survivability because you're getting more Resonant Pulses. And it's more nuke damage, and it's more farming just by the nature of the spell. And then it also has 2-second silence tacked onto it for some reason. So, jump into the backlines with your free ability skill, silence both of the supports who are gonna have 0 chance of having any kind of way to deal with it early in the game, and you just slay them for free. I mean, he can even just use the silence to be a nuisance for the top, right? It's not that much damage. I guess it is. It's a decent amount of damage. But, you know, even if Tide like gets hit by that and he Krakens off the first silence, you can just use the second one. Difficult. They go to Yule's catch onto this Venomancer. Lock down Frostfield, helping them out a little bit. They've also got the fear onto the real Phantom Lancer. So Ame not doing a whole lot of damage with this defusal. Just trying to buy a little bit more time, retreating out on the other side of the fight. Not able to rejoin his team. Here it's XM though, looking to clean it up. They will lose Ame. XM, just an Astral Step up onto the high ground. And now a Dissimulate. Continue the retreat. James has already blown his combo. And another nice catch from the Ember. James has some stick charges. OP still chasing him. Nice blind backwards. Get the support alive. It does kind of suck for CDEC that their Phantom Lancer keeps dying like this. Maybe Ame just needs to chill out for a little bit, like pick up the Manta and maybe whatever item he was considering after that, and then start coming back into these fights, because does seem to be having a little bit of a hard time. But this Aghanim Scepter is still an insane timing. Ember is still not having the best of games. He's really just going to try and the Phantom Lancer. Gets the Maelstrom first. It's going to be going for the Battle Fury after that. And what's Venno got? Spirit Vessel. Ooh, Dust not going to catch on Felix. Just managed to break that smoke. And Sparking Arrow still with these ultra aggressive plays. They do have their Ravage back up now, so continuing to fight wherever they can. Ame now queuing up a Silver Edge. Does he even have the full Manta? Not even want the full Manta? I guess it doesn't seem like he has it. And they are just running at him. Alright. Slight little bit off the money. Just gonna go TP over to the tier 3. Might still consider this fight. They do have a list available. They do have going over at top. Ame dives in deep, looking towards Felix, burning off a bunch of his mana. They will clean up these illusions shortly after that. He's got some mangoes to get himself back in fighting shape, and XM is still just showing top, pressuring a little bit up here. James also revealing his presence. Do they even want to TP back here? Okay, here comes the TPs. XM. What target can he find? He really wants the squishy backline. Might not be easy. Nice like James catching out onto 2. That's gonna get caught. But here comes the Will-O-Wisp. They haven't popped the Mars just yet. The Spear over onto the Venomancer. The Big Flare on top of everything. He is surviving a little bit longer, but XM's there with the follow-up silence. Jumping over onto Red Panda. He's not looking very healthy, though. Gets caught by the Fear, and Sparking Arrow actually cleaning up this team fight. Another slight onto the Phantom Lancer. Ame now dead, and that is a 4-for-1. Well, just nobody doing any damage, really, at all. And Ember getting a ton done. Man, got off 6 Edifice. Very, very nice. Venno dies in the end. He's so tanky with the hood and the vessel. And he got his spells off, so that's definitely his job done. Not the flashiest hero in the world for DD, but seems to be working. And Felix actually almost also picked up. Not going to be going for the Battle Fury in the end. Those just have his queued up at this point. Maybe a little bit of a response to the things coming out from the Void Spirit, who is actually going to be going for a BKB after seeing the way that last fight played out. James looking for a combo onto the Ember and actually gets the solo kill. Even if he dies here, he's going to be more than happy with that. He does actually have some backup in the area. XM sees 3 heroes. There's the 3-man sounds, the taunt onto the Clink. Second nuke, Astral step out. And with the Dissimulate, looks like he should also pick KD. Still kind of chasing, but SRF is here. So can't really afford to go too hard. Man, that was very... Alright, well, Ame, it's on you. Just go farm. I think he's been a little bit baited coming to all of these team fights. I'm sure Sparking Arrow have been playing ultra aggressively, but if he was an item ahead, which I think he could be at this stage of the game, it would be a very different situation, though. I guess they have just been running at him. Could maybe ask his team to be just have the Coddle kind of floating, tanking ganks, and he could be farming in the meantime. It does seem like they've shifted gears a little bit. Next.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I worry a little. Their plan is to like try and break and kill the Tide. I don't know how reliable of a plan that's going to be, even without the Kraken Shell. OP is still pretty tanky. Well, we'll just have to see. They've got the Ravage back up, and so with that, seems like they might just be going for another tower. But yeah, Phantom Lancer are continuing to get run at. They've got footprints, but the supports are not really trying to protect them. Victoria is just up here kind of hanging behind the Mars. James is pushing out the lanes as well. And not Ember, Void Spirit's taking farm from him. So yeah, he's committed to the Silver Edge plan at this point. And Ember just gonna come back for no intention of the battle for this game. Or at least not for the time being. Tide also Just trying to itemize against Phantom Lancer at the Shivas. Vendo just going to be going for a BKB.
Dire's top tower.
What would all
is
be
under
going
attack.
for in this? I guess there's nothing that's that amazing. Is Aeon the same thing as BKB this game? I guess not. Man, this Nether Shell's pretty nice. Even just 8% spell damage, when you're doing as much spell damage as Venomancer, it's gonna add up. SRF also just gonna be going for a BKB. Alright, so everyone's looking for Ravage answers or just Tide answers in general currently. Not a whole lot that they can do about this Ember, unless they somehow find him first, but it's just not going to happen. The Veno and the Tide are always going to be seen on the front lines, sieging the buildings. So you would have to catch like a really good smoke wraparound to kill Ember this, or kill him first. You're going to be the target. Let's have 2 Astral Steps to get out of here. So yeah, there you go. Astral Step number 1, Astral Step number 2. No time wasted. SRF with the Dragon Scale. Sieging up on top. They do not have a whole lot of vision, so being somewhat careful about it. Phantom Lancer scouting on the high ground now. I'm finding a little bit more farm. Alright, there you go. That's the end of that. Silver Edge still a while away. What do we got on the side of Sparkling Arrow? I really thought that this Deso was going to be a little bit faster for Felix, but I guess there just hasn't been a whole lot of farm for him. There is the BKB up on the Venomancer. They are currently beelining top, but maybe this is okay if they then come and push it over to the tower. Like get them all, force them all the way out. Push the lane all the way out, take the outpost, take tier 1. Like completely reset the sides of the map for a little while. They're actually hunting for the Phantom Lancer in here. Put the ward on the high ground. They do scout him out. Ame just forced to commit to the fight. He does actually have the Shadow Blade to get a little bit further away. If they have any more detection for him, he's just going to try and fight this one out as Felix actually dying in the back lines. SRF and James finding the combination onto him. And they both managed to get out, but their big strong carry in Ame is now actually getting overtaken by his Void Spirit. And them is actually just going for a Deso. Where Phantom Lancer falters, he will pick up the slack and become more of the carry of this game, it appears.
Radiant's top tower.
Veno now just gonna be going back for some boots of travel. Definitely gonna help in getting these lanes out. Trying to force their timing a little bit more. And again, we are back to Operation Battle Fury for Ember Spirit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Very indecisive about the build this game. He's got a Yules. I guess what's the Yules is also about the Skywrath combo. Like the way that he died top is I don't want to like that again. So just gonna heals for that kind of situation. Oh, but they could make a go if he uses himself after the silence. Alright, silence, taunt. Don't even need the Skywrath silence, just enough damage there. Great little combination from XM. This was kind of some space created as Sparking Arrow were actually heading into the Roshan pit, but CDEC have cottoned on to what's going on, and they are here to contest. They don't have any vision over here just yet. Phantom Lancer pushing out the mid lane. Has the Silver Edge recipe already picked up, but still needs the ultimate orb as CDEC just kind of babysitting Roshan. They're not interested in going in there themselves, but really making sure that Sparking it could be wasting some of their time. Orb of Destruction also CDEC might be pretty nice for Ekben, though for the time being. Seems like he's happy with the Enchanted Quiver. Actually opted for the Dagon. Alright. So Deso is no longer the plan. Sparking Arrow once again walking to the Roshan pit. Felix now just has a BKB. Top lane SRF. They do not get the forward on the high ground. Maybe that was not communicated to him from the Phantom Lancer. Alright, he's just deeping out. Buys a little bit more time. James is also pressuring bottom. He's working his way towards a Hex. He's also got a Shadow Blade of his own. Alright.
Never refuse.
No, OP finds himself a Paladin Sword. Gonna be pretty happy with that. There isn't really anyone else in his team that wants it. So.
Arms for the
Gonna get some big anchor smashes, or, well, at least it's big healing. He is not gonna be easy to kill. We'll see though. They have not revealed this Silver Edge quite yet, so that might catch him out the first time that it happens. Then they can just get the silence and the lockdown of the magic amp as well from James, and that seems to be the intended play here from CDEC. There is a haste on this Tidehunter for just a little bit, but it's not that long. Break. There's the break. There's the silence. Here's the damage. Will-O-Wisp as well. OP God is down. They get the spear onto the Ember. That's life number 1. Do they have any follow-up lockdown? They've got a Remnant waiting for him. Oh, and it's just way too much damage. CDEC finding their timing perfectly. What an execution. XM even looking for a little bit more. He catches the Remnant onto Red Panda. Go Scepter and a walk away. He'll be okay. But CDEC now looking to force it. Can they go high ground? Not easy against the Venomancer, but I think they're going to poke and prod. Maybe look for some buybacks. They do force out the 10-second BKB from DD. Using his cooldowns to try and defend this tier 3 tower, but they are still forcing it. That's still dead for 7. With some bounty runes to go and collect. Is there still one down here? Yeah. Felix kind of wanted it, but are they gonna get a chance? No, XM's the one to come and claim it. CDC find themselves a little bit more farm time. Oh man, the Mindbreaker plus Silver Edge is actually brutal for the Tide. Like, unless he can see the Phantom Lancer as he's coming in invis, then he's just gonna get silenced plus broken. And it's 1.5 seconds, so that should be enough of a window for the table to, and then 4 seconds on the Silver Edge. As we saw, more than enough to kill the Hunter if everybody is focusing. The Sparking Hour, their answer to this is just going to be to walk down mid. I mean, the Will-O-Wisp is on cooldown, but only for another 25 seconds. And, Bird needs to be careful here. Bottom lane getting pressured out by James. Felix is the one with the Paladin Sword, alright. Tide just taking the Titan Sliver. Hoping to survive against the Silver Edge combinations from CDEC. But they're just smoked up one more time. What are they gonna find? They get Vision over onto Red Panda. He's just gonna get popped pretty much instantly. They actually miss on that second Astral Step, but Ame found his target. They do have a buyback available for this time, but I don't know if they're gonna use it. James SRF with the 3-man arena. DD does just pop the BKB to walk on out of their Tide, buying back into the game, but it's an insanely long TP. Still 3 seconds to go, and CDEC, they just fully sound the retreat. XM retreats to the right, everybody else heads left, and CDEC is going to be just fine. 2 buybacks put into that. They still lose the Ember, and Phantom Lancer just straight back to pushing on the mid lane. He's going to have a BKB, and we've already got the BKB on SRF as we saw, and the BKB on the Void Spirit, which is still not being used, by the way. XM is had a pretty easy time of things this game as the Spirit. Oh, Phantom Lancer. Use the Tide. Silence break. Still broken, but does have the team here backing him up a little bit with the Frost Shield. But yeah, everything just wow, we actually moved all the way back to even on everything. Got kind of around that like early 20-minute mark.
Dire's bottom tower.
We've moved back
Dire's bottom
DC's
tower
direction off of the back of some very nice plays from them. And man, is Ame going for... Is he going for BKB plus? Okay, no, he's not going for BKB plus Satanic. He's just going Mantle Satanic. Feeling confident in his survivability and his team's ability to help him out. I don't even know about this BKB from Felix. Like, what does it even do? Why not just buy the Deso and do a little bit more damage? What are you doing by surviving?
Gold for
I still have many doubts about these position 4 picks both games. Maybe if they were able to pressure, but XM's got a gem now, so the scouting is really not going to be too value. 200 cast range for Victoria, get some better positioning on the Will-O-Wisp. Alright, he's got Beef Fury money now, but where's the rest of it? I guess it's over at the shop buying the last component. Alright. There's not Battle Fury, but Tide once again. This break is just too brutal for OP. I think we are also seeing a little bit of why Tide is maybe just not such a big hero currently. They do manage to bring down James over at mid. Nice little rotation in from Lynx and DD, but even with that, with no Tide and knowing that he doesn't have a buyback available. Alright, here comes the Battle Fury, but XM just diving in pretty, gets up enough to silence. XM, no BKB, drops the gem. Okay. A little bit too far, a little bit too aggressive. Didn't get the tier 3, handed away the gem. Really needed to pop his 10-second BKB there. Oh, what, he got Sinister Gazed, and that was the end of him. Well, all right, back to waiting for a little bit for CD. Been a nice word on the high ground, but actually, what is that? It's death number 2 for him this game. So 417 gold for DD. Alright, so what do we got? Do we have the Satanic completed now for Ame? He is definitely ascended to his throne. His net worth going to be going for the Abyssal Blade after that. Ember is just going for an Aeon Disc. Veno, Blink, and now going for the Aghanim Scepter. Felix the one underground with the gem currently. James got some dust. Felix, they're kind of pinging at SRF here. Everyone is running top. SRF doesn't have any vision to work with currently, so I don't know if this is the best place for him to be, but he does have a BKB TP. Looks like that should be enough to get him out of here. That was his 8-second BKB being used, and we do have a couple more tier 4 items coming out. Do we actually, what do we got? The one so far from CDEC, but Illusionist Cape, pretty nice for the Phantom Lancer, and over on the other side we have Flicker for the Tide. They've got an Illusionist Cape of their own. They've also got the Leveler, which is being picked up by their Clinks. Oh, and they've got eyes on the fact that the Phantom Lancer is over here. I'm just going to send the Illusions to keep on farming James. Now the target. Tranquil Boots unbroken, so he's pretty fast, but Felix was closing the gap. Running back to their outpost. Are they going to choose to take a fight here? Ame wondering about committing, perhaps. So Will-O-Wisp getting popped down. The Poison Nova does connect onto him, but nobody else. And XM going to sense that as his opportunity to just go and take this fight. The Ghost Hunter comes out. They also pop the Mars ulti onto the Lich as James flies back into the game. Ame's found his target. Brings down Felix. Can't look for too much else as Ember is just chewing at trees with spider legs. Alright. So, what? Just 2 supports dead. Buyback on the other team's support. Aegis and Cheese available over in the pit. Let's see. Not a whole lot of vision over there. Do they have any wards? They got 1 observer ward for Victoria, so probably need to place it in a pretty conservative spot, but they do definitely need vision where the Tide is coming in, though. As I say that, they've actually got vision on OP at the moment, and he does not have a TP scroll for 40 seconds, so are they just actually taking this fight? They've got the lockdown on the Ember, the vision on the high ground. Oh no. got King brought down, and now dead in 70 seconds. Surfer straight into the pit. Game's gonna quickly capture this outpost. So they have really taken full control of this area. At least they finally managed to get the D-ward courtesy of the playboard, but yep. They're taking Roche. It's not that fast, and there is a blink on this Hunter. No Remnant for the Ember, no TP for a second either, and okay, Aegis is being claimed. Smoke breaks. XM does have 2 astral steps, so if he wants to find the catch, he can. He gets the lockdown onto OP. He uses the flicker to evade a little bit longer, but the break is there with the follow-up silence. Oh no, this poor Tide just, well, it would be a bad pun to say that he can't catch a break, but Red Panda, he's also going to get caught out. Go Scepter buys him a few more seconds, but he'll be the next one to fall. Felix over here farming with his double damage, does find a little Minotaur horn for himself. Maybe that can be the answer for the problems that the High Ground is having. So, ED trying to defend the high ground, does drop the Poison Nova out onto everybody, but just gets badged up. I'm still sniting 6 chains, but here comes the silence. XM doesn't have a second one available. And the Minotaur horn is going to help out the Embers. He does survive a little bit longer, but they haven't even cleaned up all of these illusions, and CDEC do just commit for themselves. Felix, well, there's nothing to heal off of, so Ame looks like a little bit of a clown, but it's for him to go and grab. Arena getting pop defense to fight against the Burning Army. And the BKB does get Felix right there. But they got the Will-O-Wisp. Arena only in 40 seconds. They've still got this Aegis and the Phantom Lancer. They don't actually have the Basher just yet. I guess Venom didn't even get stunned. Not bad. Not bad. He's got Poison Nova in 6 seconds time. Ravage also available. OP God still has the Flicker. They do have a Deso on the Ember Spirit. But Ame just focusing the racks. They're leaving him on the front lines. He's still got the Aegis. So there's only 1 Ravage and he's got 2 lives. It's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with him. He's still looking for his angle. Provide him a few more seconds, but that's a few more seconds towards this Arena of Blood coming back up cooldown. There is a BK taking the crit. Still caught the BKB now, but they're just focusing. Poison Nova finally comes out, but a few more auto attacks bring him down. We just need to kite out this Poison Nova a little bit, perhaps. Ember can't afford to just sit there and get auto attack. Really preventing OP God from coming into the fight and doing what he wants. Satanic heals the Phantom Lancer all the way back up to full as he continues tanking out this Poison Nova. With that, 1 more auto attack will do it. The Phantom Lancer has the money for his Abyssal Blade if he wants it. Felix just dying in the back lines. But looking for... Does he just... Oh, does he just get caught out? Did he actually do damage? No, I think he just got caught. Clinks down, does have a buyback. The end of the high ground once again. 26k their net worth lead at this point. They're edging towards 100% win probability. Dota Plus not believing Ember's ability to win this game, and I think I'm a little bit doubtful as well. Starhorn gonna help him out. Nasera still has the spear. Ame still just playing the objective. He's got the Aegis for another minute and 40 seconds, so really no rush for CDEC to claim this base. Felix buying back, just gonna go hunting in the back lines once again. Spot the tasty little courier. He might take that for himself. Alright. Oh, nice!
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Very nicely done with the shield. Somebody was paying attention. Lich is dead inside of the base. Not a whole lot of answers with him. Tide, what can you do? OP God is back here. Oh, here comes the break again. These silences for Tide. Could have maybe pressed the flicker out, but DD is the target. Abyssal Blade's on cooldown, but Phantom Rush isn't, and get the bash anyway. He took the BKB pop, but here comes the Ghost Scepter. XM doesn't have to be a little bit careful against the Burning Army, but he's got a cheese. And, you know, Sparking Arrow. DD's had enough. T ends up dying once more. They go into the field measure. They are all down, and history will end up repeating it all. See, 3 days ago, they took down Sparking Arrow Gaming 2-0, and here once again in this best of 3. DPL-CDA, they are going to be taking them down 2-0. So because of that, we're actually going to have a little bit of a
Radiant team pick.
Aster 2 and 3, so less matches played, still some more room to go, and we do have duel, so should be an even series, could be 3 game.
10
I think
seconds
RNG
remaining.
slightly favored just based on the history and based on current DPL-CDA
seconds
standing, but we will just have to wait and see what the series has in store. Aster, take a little while thinking about this next pick, and they are just going to end up going Disruptor. So always a little bit of a gamble going for Disruptor if you feel like you might not necessarily win your lanes and you might just get run at. That hero is definitely much worse on the back foot than it is on the front foot.
10
Just have to
seconds
see if
remaining.
they can make this. Guessing. Actually, no. I was about to say that I thought this is going to be the Fade hero. Suppose we'll just have. Do have the Mars. Mars actually has a surprisingly low pub win rate at the moment, but continues to be very popular and quite successful. Though I do think his talent changes ended up being a little bit of a nerf to him
Dire team
overall.
ban.
Like the damage talent coming down in the talent tree seems nice, but then of course that came at the cost of the
Radiant
strength
team ban.
talent getting moved a little bit further in, and I think you would definitely prefer to have that strength talent as RNG with a very early pickup on this Abaddon. So it does look like they're already planning on a very heavy, just kind of 5-man run at you style. Not going to give SCCC the farming space
10
that he really
seconds remaining.
prefers to have. That's really what looks best for
5
Aster, is when they get
seconds. Team pick.
you know, when they manage to get SCCC on kind of this game-winning 1v5 hero, and then he's really able to just go and farm without having to participate too much. Like stuff like the Terrorblade and the Morphling, that tends to be where they look a little bit more comfortable, but the other problem is that I think teams, you know, do kind of manage to punish them for it. So Aster gonna Avenge. I like this. I like having the swap to get heroes away from
Radiant
the potential
team
save of the Abaddon. And I don't know if this is then going to lead us down the path of thinking about something like a Dusa, maybe as the carry, but it does kind of open up the option a little bit. Though the Venge Dusa combo maybe not as strong as it once was with some of the rejigging of Vengeful Spirit's aura and that kind of thing. So RNG, well, there you go. There's the Dusa. RNG just gonna go for the Mirana here. So Aster's cards, they're on the table. How did the Venge aura now is actually just got, yeah, okay. So she's got the primary attribute aura now. The bonus attack range though is a nice, you know, does kind of
10 seconds
compensate nicely for it not being base damage anymore. So I guess this is still a good
5
combo,
seconds remaining.
though maybe in a slightly different way from what it once was. And RNG, now we just get to see what their concept is against the Medusa. There's once a time in Dota's history where you would say that, you know, something like the Sniper could immediately be coming out here. I don't know if that's still going to be the case for RNG. I think they might just try and play
Radiant team ban.
relatively fast and try and punish that way, though as I say that they take a second to go back for the Morphling, so a little bit slower perhaps, and does seem like maybe they want to take this more into the mid to late game instead of being on or at least have the option to, instead of being on this super
10
fast
seconds
clock.
remaining.
Anyway, 1 second, I'm just gonna go blow my nose, guys. I have some
seconds
allergies.
remaining.
My apologies. Okay, I'm back. Didn't miss anything either. Aster's still thinking about this ban, what they're worried about. RNG, very flexible lanes. They could run the Morphling mid, they could run the Dragon Knight mid. Abaddon could still just be a support. That would be an option. I don't know if that's exactly what they're planning here. I guess otherwise it has to be, what, position 3, and then they're just picking a 5 as the last grab. I don't know how much I like support Abaddon anymore, especially this support duo of Abaddon and Mirana. I think I would actually just prefer them to get a 5 in this situation. I was about to say Treant, but of course that's already been banned out. What else could they go for? I don't think a lion would be terrible. I guess overall it just depends on how they feel about the Abaddon. They do have other ways to adjust this as well. You know, we could even see something like a
Dire team ban.
Dragon Knight, and then they would still have room for a different core elsewhere. And Aster, weighing all of that up, are just going to come back with a Void Spirit ban. I mean, Aster don't really need too much more in their lineup. I imagine that we're just going to be seeing some kind of playmaking hero for the mid lane. There's still what? There's still an Ember in the pool if they just want some kind of vessel buyer. What else is just going to run around and find kills? There's still an Invoker. That is certainly something that Qian plays. But OD is the ban. I guess it's good against both the Dragon Knight,
Radiant team pick.
but I would have been very surprised to see OD as the pickup. I think that would have just made Aster's lineup way too slow. So RNG just going to go for the Kunkka as the last grab. So it does seem... Actually, I don't even know what their lanes are now. They've got super flexible lanes. Kunkka can play off and mid. Dragon Knight can play all three. Morphling can play safe lane and mid. So they can really do whatever. Just decide after seeing this last grab. And Aster, the space creating hero for them. Actually, it's not going to be S-Triple-C playing the Medusa. It is going to be Qian playing the Medusa. So maybe a little bit of a different look here for Aster. They're going to be making space for their mid lane player instead of him having to make space for S-Triple-C. Man, the Venomancer has really been gaining some popularity in China as of late. So what, he's got the healing reduction against the Morphling and the Dragon Knight. He's probably just going to buy a vessel as fast as humanly possible this game. And for RNG, what are they up to? So they got Monet on the Morphling. Looks like Setsu just going to be taking that Kunkka mid, get the levels up fast, and put some more ganking. You know, they do have X Arrow as a potential combo this game, so that's pretty scary if you're anybody over on the side of Aster. They do have some counter initiation potential from the Boca Vengeful Spirit, but that is about it. And it's just going to be a position 5 Abaddon Flywin playing the offlane DK. Alright, and what? Nothing too funky for Aster. No, just 4 Disruptor, 5 Venge, 3 Mars, 2 Medusa, and a 1 Veno. So this Venomancer one is going to be pretty annoying for the Monet's got this. Following the story. Monet head and
for battle.
what else is going on? Okay, so Venomancer is actually going mid. They're putting their Dusa in the same kind of out of harm's way. I imagine that Aster, as much as possible, just going to be trying to hold on to their mid tier 1 and their bottom tier 1 for a really long time. Continue to give Dusa access to the Ancients. Viboka might even try with the Wave of Terror to come over here and stack this a couple of times just to enable some farm for the Medusa a little bit further down the line. And for RNG, it's very much all about running its buildings, taking it to tier 1. Flyron straight in here, channeling up. Super face checking the high ground, but he is not your level 6 Abaddon just yet, so does still need to be a little bit careful. The arrow sailing through, and the Breath Fire is healed up for the Dragon Knight,
30
helping out
seconds to battle.
damage reduction. Okay, just kind of running Monet up top, just trading some auto attacks so far, not bothering to strike. Might actually end up being, who knows? I was about to say it might end up being like 3 bounties for Boca. Already just defensive warding, keeping eyes up on your rotations. They even have vision of no, with both of these wards, they've somehow managed to not have vision of either rid. So they're really just trying to cover rotations and protect their Venomancer a little bit mid, I suppose. They really need to see where the Mirana is moving, because anytime that the Mirana is off map, it could be looking to set up an X arrow. And like I said before, they really just don't have a whole lot of counterplay against that. So that seems to be what the warding situation is. We do have this small camp already being blocked out by September, though he will probably come over here and like fake out while he's doing some other stuff. Wait, did he just hit the melee creep? Man, this melee creep dove to save his range creep brethren there. Get pushed in pretty heavily regardless. Do they get that last hit? It looks... Actually, I don't know if the Dragon Knight got it. Dusa does have one deny, so that may be in the range creep. Up top, Fade just starting with some boots of speed on this. Just, I guess, can't really make the best use of the Thunderstrike up against the Aphotic shields, so... That's that. SC, alright, just yes. Set himself up. Success. Nice, nice, nice. Gets pretty much everything into the tower. And Setsu takes a couple of free tower shots. So he's gonna be pretty happy with that. Mirana, the arrow back off cooldown. Remember, just a little bit of poke, a little bit of prod, a little bit of harassment. Fade already does not have the mana for another Thunderstrike. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the boots first. I mean, I guess it means that Super can't run at him and just hit him, but I don't know how much value he's going to get out versus just bringing more regen to this lane. Or like, imagine if he just had a Bassi, would they then be more on the Mars and the Disrupt? Fairly defensive build, does pick up a pretty early point in the fork, but he's farming well. So maybe this is accomplishing what Aster were kind of hoping for. Ford's trading a lot of damage. September, arrow on cooldown, so but both are kind of manning up on him a little bit here. Checking out the auto attack. September does have Sal. It's still seemingly content to just sit up here with. Lane has pushed out a bit, so only not in the best position, but he does have a waveform over at mid lane. 11-1 against 11-1. Very even on the CS, and the Kunk already starting a little bit unhappy. Harassment coming in. Hey, need to be careful. There is a spear available, so he waveforms back. Super now going to be the target. The kinetic field, all of the mana being expended from Fade, but it's worth it. They snagged themselves a first blood, and Mona getting forced back to the tower. Fade even looking for a couple more pot shots there, and Mona going to be begging his support for a Sal. Looks like Super going to be peeking that one. Back out in seconds. September. Alright, so he has rotated over towards mid, but just finding a little bit of farm. Again, these wards, he has probably been spotted on his rotation over. Unlikely that SC is going to play up too far on the lane. Back. Doesn't know if the X is on cooldown. Let's see, just went to get a bottle refill. Yeah, he's on finding a little bit of farm with the arrow while they wait for the X to come back up to cooldown. They does a successful side pull here. A single pull going, but that's gonna kill absolutely none of his creeps. So this is now gonna push out pretty heavily. Super still just trying to man up. XXS does manage to get that last big creep, and Fade kind of walking over towards mid lane currently. Looks like maybe just hoping to secure the 4-minute rune away from the Kunkka. The Setsu does already have a full bottle, so not a huge deal. There's a regen down here. Or an arrow attempted, but nice little sidestep. Okay, so he bottled up his Mirana a little bit before he grabbed that regen. That's pretty nice. Super looking for the pull. He is going to get it up here, but again, it's just a single pull and no real option to connect. Big Camp's dead, so he can't hold this himself. Monet CS and XS doing fantastically. He has the full soul ring picked up, just queuing up ring health after that. Able to put up some pressure. The X marks not at mid, but September a little bit late on TP, and Setsu maybe Torrent was on cooldown or something. I don't know why he didn't just X Torrent and then they arrowed on the Torrent. So. SCCC is able to just salve himself back up, throws in another Gale, and continues to be a pain in the butt. Bounty spawning. Fade grabs one away from Super. On the bottom side, September does manage to grab a bounty of his own. While getting plinked a little bit. 2-2. The Deuce is farming nicely. Xian not being too greedy with the build, does pick up an early point in the Mana Shield. Both positions 4 is getting very involved. Opening the goings on to this middle lane. Oh, this time around, can they catch the arrow on SC? Yes, they can. Does he have survivability? He does have a Fairy Fire, but I think accepting his death. Let's get the Poison Nova out. September might end up being denied. Fade with one more auto attack does start to finish him off. They've got the boat. Need to land this for it. Fade able to sidestep, and that's no X-Men to slot. Just gonna end up being the 1-for-1. Even TP coming in from Super, so Monet kind of getting left alone against the big bully. Aster just constantly running at him, spamming him out with his soul ring. What a glimpse back onto Setsu, in fact. Into the Gale. He's gonna try for a TP out. Can they keep him alive? They manage it. One heal coming through, and now Fade ends up dying. We'll lose Super Courier, but oh my god, that could have been an absolute disaster for Setsu. That is some faith in your position 5, ladies and gentlemen. Like, imagine if he goes for that TP and then he dies. Then he just has to respawn and walk of shame all the way down the mid lane. That would have been a disaster. That would have been an absolute mitigated disaster. So very important that they get that. Super just with the 1-1-1 build. September is looking towards a bottle of his own. We're not going to find the ward here. He's right that there was some Jin over here scouting him earlier, and oh, here comes another boat. Well, here comes another arrow, but not going to land. They do just go for the boat combination instead. They do not even need the arrow to connect. One more touch on SC brings her down. And now Fade turns up with the 1 point in the glimpse. The Boka's also over here. Fade taking some damage. September's got the arrow off cool, then he's stuck inside of the kinetic field. Smart is going to buy him a little more space. He gets the leap away. There's a glimpse. Setsu looking for the cleave, but it's not enough to kill off Fade, and he tanks tower shots to make that happen. He's got some bottle sips and a Fairy Fire, so I think he should be just fine. The Boka chasing, looking for another stun. Setsu gonna get a nice little D-ward here for his troubles. Might just use the X to go and get some full HP and a bottle refill. Or is September gonna TP out too? Alright, so September TP's out. Create a spot. Bottle refill going. Nice. Dragon with the Elder Dragon form at bottom. Since they've been applying so much pressure mid, DK's actually kind of gotten some more room to work with down here and is zoning back to Dusa pretty effectively. And getting some damage on this tower. This is kind of the problem with the Venomancer pick. The Venomancer pick is actually drawing attention away from making sure the Dusa is doing alright. I guess she's still free farming. The fact that they've got these two supports camping mid, I think is slight cause for concern for Aster. But again, the prime directive for Aster in this game is hold this tower as long as you can, hold this tower even longer, and just make sure that Dusa farms. And so far they are doing pretty well on the last hits. All lanes going nicely. Especially XX have this to the man. This Mars is doing fantastically. Monet just picking up a Morbid Mask so far. This looks like he's going to be going for a fairly greedy build. We've already got some little stacks being set up for this Medusa. And actually even more stacks being set up by the Boka. September coming in here looking to scat it. A double damage bottled. Fade gonna hold on to bottom. So at least the nice thing here is that with the start that he's had, he can kind of be independent over on top, and they can commit all of those resources to defending elsewhere. September getting stunned up, does manage to leap back to Super, who keeps him alive. Still, the battle continues on the mid lane. Both teams push control. Either one of them really having a great time. Look at this ward from Aster. I think this ward tells you everything you need to know about the mentality from Aster this game. They are not planning on crossing the river. They are not planning on being aggressive. They are really just planning on holding down their jungle as long as humanly possible and having the Medusa 1v5. later. And for RNG, they're trying to take these towers, and they've got their Morphling as a little bit of an insurance policy. Monet even coming over here to grab a bounty, taking some time out of his busy schedule to secure his own farm. Setsu's just been farming the jungle. I don't know exactly what build he's going to be going for, if he does consider like a greedy Radiance or something like that. The Glimpse has already been used at bottom, and Flywind, even with the Poison Nova, still tanking pretty nicely. Yeah, Triple C going to be the target. Does get caught by the X. Here comes the Torrent. Do they also have the arrow? Yes, they do. Do they have any way to help this Venomancer? Boat also coming in, but success with this haste not lasting too much longer. Glimpse coming back off cooldown. He's actually got the mana, so Fade with the stick charges. Gonna bring Flywind back into the spear, into the kill. They also find the follow-up on the super, but I think he should be okay. As I say that, though, Booker with the swap actually gonna set up the secondary kill for his team. Both supports having the levels that they need to make these plays, and Aster make a very successful defense on the bottom side of the map. I mean, not even really a defense. Fade. Ooh. Well, okay. He's alive, but ulted barely. And the pressure on him. And it's just straight rushing the E-Blade this game. Dusa now TP's top. Yeah, are there stacks here for him to clear? Okay, there's some stacks. Okay, this kind of makes sense. I was a little bit like, oh, is this really where Dusa wants to be playing? But I guess he's forced to. XX has TP'd bottom, and yeah, they were losing a lot of life on that tower. So Chikan is just going for a Mask of Madness build thus far. Going to be going for a Manta after that. Setsu still has not shown us what his idea is. You don't really want to buy Armlet against Venomancer. I think he might just go like.
Radiant's top
Sure, if he's feeling really greedy, he could go for the Radiance. He's had a good enough start. I think that he can maybe get away with it. Ooh, Monet gets the tower up top. Can they find the kill on him? Gets away from forward. The Moonlight Shadow is there. Do they have the vision? They didn't. Glimpse him back into the Static Storm kinetic field. I think he might still be dead anyway. But all right, not the best spell usage there from Fade. But you know, no harm, no foul. They got the kill. Flywind is going to go pressure this tier 2, and they're making a somewhat aggressive play here. They're going to use the glyph just to prevent the wave from being pushed out. Setsu immediately gets free of the spear and does have a ghost shift to try and find a turnaround. Super with the ultimate, also living a little bit longer. Setsu, I think he wants the X-Men spot in the next front of the Venomancer. Needs to pop that. Some support. They're still diving further, looking for this Kunkka kill, but Smoke Pop, along with his Sanj, keeping him alive a little bit longer. They are going to get the glimpse back over onto the Morphling. Flywind now trapped inside of the arena versus 4, and won't be able to do too much more. XXS also brings him down. They're looking for super. Glimpse is off cooldown in a couple of seconds. They've still got the vision on him. Holding for a little bit. Super still juking. Looks like he might actually escape at this point. Maybe a little bit too fast. Oh, it pops the smoke.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Good read. I think he would have died without that smoke. But they do end up losing the top tower. Medusa able to clean it up and sitting pretty, #1 on the net worth. Venomancer still just building up the vessel. Kunkka, so is going for just a straight up halberd as the first item. September's going to be going for Yules. Baden's got the Franklin. He's going to have to be happy with that for now. Does seem like Mona is still intent on grabbing this first item from E-Blade. Flywind going to be going for a blink. I mean, as far as Aster are concerned, I think this is still looking like it's within parameters. Game looking fine. Win probability now starting to favor them slightly, but it was very even all the way up until this point, and I think that's mostly just off this little XP and net worth lead that they have managed to fall through. Monet coming in here does manage to snag a couple of these creeps for himself. Needs to be careful. I mean, relying on Super to help him out. Aster brought everybody to the party. Monet, there is going to be a glimpse, and that morph not coming out as he would like. Also going to swap in the Abaddon into the Stone Gaze. Flywind, I think, also just accepting that he's going to be brought down here, and Aster making sure to bring everybody to this farm party. Works out great in 3 kills. I don't know if RNG have any business being there without their Kunkka, but Dusa is huge. Not only has Qian had free farm and stacks, got kills, and he's got tower lasted, so this is a pretty ideal setup if you're the Medusa this game. Let Shadow coming out. Let's go swap back. That lets SC get in range to land this Gale, and Setsu, I don't know how he gets out of this one now. Looks like just a TP is going to be enough. So Tepper goes and grabs the bounty rune quickly. They didn't have any more interrupts. Flywind really wants this mid tier 1 power, but Qian just going to farm his way into position to defend that. Should be fine. And Monet, I think, really not as farmed as RNG would like at this point. Those 2 deaths going to slow him down pretty significantly. Doesn't have a kill to his name just yet. And yeah, really needs to get his farm on if he's going to keep up with this Medusa at all. And Medusa has already got the maxed out Vengeance Aura as well, helping her out. Vent is really the perfect partner. You've got minus armor, you've got a way to move her around. You know, she's not as slow as she used to be, but definitely very slow hero. And yeah, the Vengeance Aura going to be pretty nice. Okay, so Flywind, he's got his blink coming out on the courier right now. We almost have this full halberd being completed up for Setsu. He was going to land the torn on the Medusa, but Qian's still pretty tanky, and X lines with his full hood. Insanely difficult to bring down, especially with the support duo that they've got. The Abaddon and Mirana just really not bringing all that much damage to the table. They are trying to focus on the XXS, but like I said, he's a tanky boy, and Flywind not looking all that tanky against the Vessel, against the Poison Sting. That Dragon's Blood regen doing absolutely nothing for him, and Aster just sitting here as a clump. Baboka even picked... Man, this Vengeful Spirit is farm. Baboka picking up the Helm of the Dominator already, so just walking around with the Swiftness Aura. He's got the bonus damage as well for his team. So there you go. They can take away his Vengeance Aura, but he can still build it up. RNG looking for a catch, and this is not the full Aster team. SC only just barely sidestepping. September's still hot on his heels. Is going to be able to land the arrow. Is that enough to get them close for the X? Zetsu's just getting kited around in circles. Poison Sting, a real pain. And SC kills 2 couriers for free with Plague Wards. Hello? What did he just get? He just got like almost 1,000 gold for his team there just off of those 2 courier kills. And now they're up 6k net worth, heading towards 7.5k experience, and the win probability definitely reflecting the way that this game is going. Man, are Aster just gonna walk to this win with their Venge Dusa? They didn't even have to even do that much setup for it. I guess they just saw like the slightly greedy, you know, maybe the slightly greedy support picks not being able to punish Medusa, that seeing the lineup was a little bit lacking on damage, perhaps. I don't think this is supposed to go quite this well, but props to Aster for, you know, making all of the right moves, and I feel like RNG kind of getting punished a little bit for not bringing the numbers to some of these early engagements. Now Aster is smoked up. Bad on the back foot, but they're on the front foot for sure. Setsu feeling a little bit tanky with the halberd. Super is there to help him out, so he's not going to get caught inside of the kinetic field. He will get glimpsed back into it, though. He has the X to keep him alive, so that is an empty arena for XXS. And now RNG, can they find some kind of a catch? They do have this Blink Dagger available on the Dragon Knight, but no Dragon Tail for a little bit. They are going to get the spear back. Into the static storm kinetic field. He tries to get out, but there's much beef on this Aster side. They keep on walking forward. Monet, I mean, he's got the morph, but it's not going to give him enough survivability. It looks like he does get the stun out, but this Dusa is just walking forward, right-clicking people. Kunkka buys back, but he's already been slowed. September needs to be denied. He gets brought down. XXS is still just walking in. Mega kill already for the Mars, and the RNG, another nice little X play from Setsu is going to keep him alive. Morphling buys back into the game. Oh my god. That is not what you want to be seeing if you're RNG. And are they even going to get SCCC? This Poison Touch slow is just way too much. Monet's game is now ruined with the dieback. He knows it. Everybody knows it. GG called. Deuce picked. And a sub 20-minute win for Aster here. First game. If you showed me the draft, I would have never believed it. So there you go.
For all my talk.
And Aster, oh, they lost the last 2 series. They haven't been looking so good recently. This looked great. X6 had an amazing time. I think Baboka and Baboka especially.
Radiant team pick.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team
So what's
pick.
looking good against this RNG line? Like magical damage looks pretty good. I don't mind this Phoenix. Actually, wait a second. I was about to say that, alright, I don't mind this Phoenix pick, but as much as RNG do not have ways to kill the egg, I do think Rubik Phoenix is a little bit of a greedy support. Doing some, like, I don't know, position
10
5
seconds remaining.
Beastmaster or something, and then is Phoenix going to be a 3? Is there a world
5
where they're like,
seconds remaining.
they've counterpicked our Beastmaster, maybe we just have to deprioritize him. Phoenix coming in, RNG. What do they think about in terms of answers for this? I mean, there's still like a jug in the pool. I don't know how amazing that looks. I still don't mind like the ember here. What else? What are you thinking about, Arn? Like I said before, this is a pretty important match for both of these two teams in terms of their current standings in the DPL-CDA. For RNG, they're currently 4-3, so this win would bring them up to 5-3. That would tie them up with VP and kind of put them within range of even the top dogs currently. EHUM 6-0, IG 6-2. So EHUM might be a little bit out of reach at this point, but you know, RNG away
10
here, they could
seconds
still maybe
remaining.
land among the top 3. And RNG
5
just gonna go
seconds
for the
remaining.
Phantom Lancer. Okay, so that's their.
Dire
I mean, it's
team ban.
kind of counter. The Rubik is pretty good against you early on, and Aster once again using these sort of middle picks for just a big whatever, you know, support plus core combo they feel is good. And the Phoenix Void certainly looking all right here. You know, AA could be a little bit annoying for the Void to play up against.
10
And they
seconds
did not have the
remaining.
last overall pick of the draft, so they are going to have to pick their mid
5
without
seconds
knowing
remaining.
what the matchup is. That might mean that they end up grabbing like maybe just a Lina in this spot. I think Lina would be alright. I think like something like Lesh kind of crosses your mind against the Phantom Lancer, but I don't know if you want to pick the Lesh into an unknown matchup. And for RNG, it does just kind of seem like they're going to be going for the Dragon Knight offlane again. I guess, what, DKAA, and then Enchantress is trying to play against Beastmaster. And then, yeah, whatever they think is the right hero for mid against whatever
Team ban.
Aster pick, but they're gonna get to see the Aster pick first. That Lash does end up getting banned, so RNG still wanting to protect their Phantom Lancer, wanting to give Monet a little bit more of a game than he had this game. And it's funny because in the previous draft I was talking about like, oh, you know, Team Aster really so focused on trying to give SC this perfect game, giving him the 1v5 hero.
10
They made me
seconds
eat my
remaining.
words. They gave him the sacrificial role by putting him mid as the Venomancer.
5
Qian was
seconds
really the
remaining.
big, you know, going in that previous game. And they didn't even need him to carry that hard, to be honest. So OD getting banned, and Aster. What are they gonna go for? Could they just like Pugna here? Would they just Pug? No. I'm down to see a little bit of Pugna. I don't know if that's gonna be what they opt for, but
10
I would not
seconds
complain.
remaining.
What
5
else?
seconds remaining.
What else could they pick? I mean, the classic is Void Invoker, but I really don't think Invoker is the. And it does just end up being an Ember. Okay, so pretty good. Almost no matter what happens, RNG can try and counterpick this guy, but you can only pick, counterpick Ember so much. I don't know, what's like the crazy pick for RNG here? I think the crazy pick is to
10
go
seconds
for
remaining.
silencer mid. Like it's actually pretty good
5
here. It's
seconds
annoying for the void. It's annoying
Choose
for
your hero.
the Phoenix and the Ember, but no. It was always just going to be a dream. It is just going to be the Void Spirit here. So this is a pretty skill-based matchup from what I've seen. I think I've seen solo kills going both ways in this matchup. Like, if you get chained at the wrong time as the Void Spirit, you're in trouble. The Ember needs to be careful with his Flame Guard and not getting caught by a Remnant and getting dragged into tower and stuff like that. But right, this is more of what I've seen recently from Aster with SCCC on the Void. Yeah, Qian playing the Ember. I guess, you know, Void Spirit also looks okay here. He's got
10
can get
seconds
the Aghanim
remaining.
Scepter built up. The Silence gonna be pretty good against
5
the Aster
seconds
heroes.
remaining.
I do need to see how this Enchantress pick is going to work out. And I guess the other kind of question mark for Aster here is they've got this very greedy support duo. Like a 5 Phoenix and a 4 Rubik are not going to do a ton for your lineup if you fall behind in the early game. So this game might mostly come down to like a roaming battle between the Ember and the Void Spirit. Neither one of them is just going to sit in the lane and try and take the other guy's tower. So whoever makes the more successful rotations is really going to get his team pretty big advantage going into the mid game, and even enabling like the offlaners. Both teams have kind of similar setups, right? Well, relatively greedy carry, very mobile, active, aggressive mid, and kind of a like objective building taking offlaner. So if one of the mids gets off to a really crazy start and they start like enabling their offlaner to take a lot of early towers, even the similarity extends even a little bit further, I think, to both support, like both teams. The supports don't really do a whole lot by themselves, or they're supports that aren't going to do a whole lot if their cores are having a bad game. Like in the case of the Phoenix, I don't think we're gonna lose their lanes and just be able to be like, oh yeah, don't worry guys, the two of us will just team up and we'll go get some kills together, right? That's not the kind of heroes that we have on either side. Aster, what are we up to? Just trying to scout the lanes, I suppose, right at the very start. Monet doesn't have the Ring of Tarrasque queued up, but I do want to see what he opts for. He's going to go for maybe a more, I don't even want to say traditional. See, SCCC not farming that well down here. 17-5. Does seem like he's getting pressured a little bit by this Ancient Apparition. Timber's still sitting on a couple of mangoes. Alright, XXS walking back to the lane once again. He is sending another boar mid. I really thought that this mid lane was going to be important. I did not in a million years think that they would just be sending boars mid to try and win this lane. I guess the world that you live in against the Enchantress. I guess Monet's not farming that much better than the Druid either. But he's getting some kills. Ooh, such a nice little remnant. It's going to buy him a couple of free hits on Qian, but starts to become less relevant now as Ember gets to level 6. Fade did manage to grab the bounty rune. Super chasing after him. Maybe just coming back off cooldown. A few more hits to the back of the head, but Fade does have the boots, and Qian coming in looking for the spear and does get the chains out. Crew will be brought down.
Must train harder.
Alright, that's really nice for the Ember. Again, any little bit of a lead is going to translate quite a lot into the overall shape of this game. Setsu just goes and grabs his bounty. GG straight up top again from the Enchantress. Success. What is he hoping to do? Maybe just go and jungle a little bit. Dive through, but both fly one in September. Pretty healthy here. As Rubik going to come in looking for the bottle refill. They are really doing everything that they can to make sure that Qian has a good time. And they're trying to make sure that Setsu doesn't get an action run. I mean, I don't think he cares too much given that he's got the full bottle, but Qian is going to be able to grab himself an arcane. XXS has already given up on top lane. He's just jungling at this point. I'm gonna go work on his next bug. I see he's just looking for some treads. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing. Do you go Master Madness this game? You just give up MLM, Maelstrom, Star, Setsu follows it up. Good TP at the right place at the right time. And couldn't quite get the time walk off. Very nice gank from RNG and Setsu strike. Well, I was about to say that Setsu strikes first, but I don't know if that's true. And Aster already looking to activate their Ember in the exact same way. Earn charges when jumping forward aggressively. XXS takes that as his cue to just go TPing out. I think Fade and Xian might still try this, but they might just have to settle for the Enchantress kill. They lift him back into the Flame Guard and nowhere to hide for Super. Gets taken down by not the kill that they were maybe hoping for, but still pretty good to get these earner charges going early on. The Ember. So I don't think they're too unhappy with that. Yeah, it does seem like SC is going to be going for the Mask of Madness build-up. And we're just playing aggro because he can. They're actually giving the mid lane over to the Beastmaster now, so XXS is going to be in here. Alright, well, Setsu losing his career to XXS. Not the best. What's he gone for? Just has some treads picked up so far. He's the number 1 CS in the game. Stun onto the Phoenix. He's already used the dive evoke and a little bit of... does get far enough back. SC's got the chrono, but no real motivation to use it just yet. Success does not have the level 6. Does get slowed down. Setsu's a little bit light in the mana department, and Ember also rotating through. But I really like this play of giving XXS the mid lane, catch him back up a little bit, and just have the Ember kind of go camp the Phantom Lancer, give him a hard time. And Void now rotating top as well. Man, they really want this. Is this a good rotation? I don't know. I guess Ember's got the option, so they can swap it out, but Setsu once again hunting and does bring down Voka at bottom. They don't have the Elder Dragon for 30 seconds. Monet kind of reading this gank, it looks like. Does head over into the jungle. Starts farming there. He is right on top of a Radiant Ward, but I think a bit too deep for Aster to commit to anything. They're just going to look for the tier 1 trade. In level 4, Phoenix level 5, just soaking up some more XP down here. And he does have the Fire Spirits to kind of hold on to this a little bit longer. Jump through, Baboka with the dive, and they're not going to catch him. And he buys his team another couple of seconds to continue finding this trade. SCCC going to be the one hopefully grabbing the last one on this tier 1 tower. Alright, let's see. Your creeps are all dead. There should be no way that you missed this last hit. There you go. Fade keeping bottom. Flywood and Setsu, not the healthiest guys, and not a whole lot of mana left on this Void Spirit either. So here comes the Ember Spirit looking for a little bit of a cleanup. Fade still got the lift, and Flywind tanking tower shots. Baboka also looking to get involved. One remnant, all that Setsu can give, and that is not enough. Aster gonna pick up that kill. Now look to contest the bounty runs. They know that Setsu is low. He does have some astral step charges. He can get out of the chain stun, but no, Ember is too quick off the mark. And okay, I now feel like Xian's starting to really be the one getting the momentum going in this game. SC with the chain bash on the September. Alright, he has to wait out this cold feet stun to finish the kill, but still going to be pretty nice for him. Monet comes flying in to do a little bit of damage, but SC should be just fine. Okay, so this early game, you know, I was looking for RNG for a little bit, but it's getting dragged back. We're still very even on the win probability. I still think, like I said, it's a pretty even setup on both sides. I maybe like Aster's potential of... I'll say I like their scaling potential a little bit more with the Void Phoenix, but I don't know how confident I am in their ability to deal with like a super late game Phantom Lancer. Unless they can just chrono and kill him. But if they don't chrono him, and Monet has like equal net worth to the Void, I think he just kills everybody. Gets the remnant out. Knocks it down. Here comes the Ice Slash Cheon. Trying to dodge, but he's just gonna have to run for it. He's got no mana remaining. That's who just walking it back. A little bit of a lockdown that could have gotten very dicey with the Ember. As Aster just gonna come in here and look to put on some pressure. Fade's got the stolen 1 point in the Breathe Fire. Flywind opting to max out the Dragon's Blood this game. So, might be in for a little bit of a rude awakening against the Vessel, but for now, pretty tanky. Monet taking over the Radiant side of the map, wants to get access to these Ancients, start accelerating his farm that way. SC just the fact that he's got some farm up here on the top side. It's a nice ward to protect it. And he's got himself a broom. Over it. And here comes the Supernova. They're dragging the Dragon down. They do get the lift out of the Void Spirit as well. Cheon almost dead. 1 for 1 the trade. They do get the stun onto Setsu. He's got an Astral Step if he needs it. Chooses to Astral Step in. Now to dissimulate damage on the Fade. Remnant onto the Beastmaster. But Setsu, what was the plan? Fade now dominating. Monet arrives into Boca, but can they actually get this? They don't have any more disables, so the Boca just able to walk it out. Stops the Fairy Fire, still getting chased, tries to juke for a moment, but will still go down to the end. SC was kind of walking into position for that fight, but still nice things to go on the Chrono. And that's end up being 2 for 2, 2 cores for a Corona support, and by the numbers, so slightly favoring Aster by 1 experience and what, 60 gold. What's Void Spirit going for? He's just going for Euls. I guess still does need the defensive item against what Aster have going on. What is Fade going for? He's trying to rush a Lens. He's already have his Arcane Boots. But Boca's just going for a Dual Take. He's actually doing pretty well on farm, all things considered. And XXS has the Roar back up cooldown in 3 seconds, along with his Necro 2. So they're going to smoke up, but just going as 3. Do they have any vision to smoke 2? They do. They could take this kill on Super, but I don't think that's what they really want. I think they would hope for a bigger target, and Flywind might prove to be just that. They're also looking to connect with the foot and jump forward. Here's the chain, launch the Vessel. Baboka diving through. He's got the Supernova in a second, so if they choose to take this fight, Chrono plus Supernova should be the end of it. Instead, they're just going to have to leave Flywind for dead. As XXS connects it, lastly to finish off this material tower. So Setsu's pressuring bottom. Monet finally makes his way back down here to the precious Ancients, but hasn't spent as much time in this Radiant jungle as he maybe would have liked. Still kind of neck and neck with the Void when it comes to the net worth. That's the Diffusal Blade picked up. But Aster coming in to kind of sweep him out of their jungle. This Dragon's still surviving for now. SC is just going for the Mask of Madness into the Mjolnir build-up. I don't know where a good fight would happen. Maybe if they try and push mid, he TPs and Infernos. They need to keep this tower clear for a minimum duration TP for him. If they don't defend that. So I need to make sure that nobody else TPs on the mid tower. Ooh, this is... I don't know if this is a very good sign. Flywind popping Elder Dragon form just a farm camp, and Baboka with a sneaky little ward to give them some more vision in this area. I mean, it's not a crazy amount of vision, but very unlikely to be warded. We hit 15 minutes. Top 2 bounties going to be going to the Radiant. Bottom 2 going to the Dire. Still very even by all the metrics. Ooh, Flywind looking like he's the target once again. But top doesn't have a blitz, so no way to escape the Chrono. There you go. Chrono, they've also got a Roar available if they need it. Flywind just gonna get bashed into the missions. Wants to make this a fight against the Void. They are gonna put down a Supernova. Triple C gets the jump away and they're trouble with the Void Spirit. Void versus Void Spirit. Void's gonna end up winning. SC lives to tell the tale, and Monet already getting chased down for both. Towards Super, jump forward from Cheon. Can he find the chains into Monet? Won't be able to. Well, Temper comes over. It needs to be. You have the stolen 8 remnant from the river. I guess he must have stolen that earlier. Maybe that was part of what got the Void Spirit killed.
Dire's
And with that, Aster now a 3k lead, gonna take out the tower. Oh, should RNG have taken that fight? On the one hand, the fact that the Chrono has been used and their Phantom Lancer has the Refusal Blade, those things are telling them that they should fight. On the other hand, Aster already has control of the area. Where they really want this void. Here comes Blast. He's still stuck on Intreads. Yeah, he's just dead. Alright.
You understand the dangers that lie ahead.
That's more like it. That's what RNG were hoping for last time around. They are going to come in here and get the D ward. At least on this one. This ward's probably going to stick around a little while longer. And they now set up sights on mid. Should be pretty easy with the Chrono and the Egg both on cooldown. Fly with the Elder Dragon, so I'm going to make pretty quick work of this. Mode opting for going back to the Defiance, feeling like he needs it against all the threats. Yeah. We're actually going to be going back for Radiance this game. I guess you can kind of get away with it. And it is likely the best item that you can go for against the Phantom Lancer. Fade, looking for a solo kill here on this Amber. Ooh, is he gonna get it? No, not quite. September lives. That's who there to help find the turnaround. It wasn't a fair 1v1. Actually, I mean, the Void Spirit Soul only did some damage. It dead. They've got nice wards in here, but no one is farming in the area. This is still, I think, part of the problem. We really need to be in. He wants to be farming these ranges. So we're at mid, maybe in a little bit of a dangerous spot, but Ember is hunting for bigger fish. Aster actually thinking about it, just going straight into rush. I mean, they've got good vision. This ward's gonna help. One pretty defensively placed. There's this Satyr looking to scout it out. How long until Metro? Still 10 seconds to go. RNG, what can you do here? Ice Blast is gonna come in. Alright, let's time walk away. RNG all kind of moving into the vicinity here, but not the best vision to play around. Setsu can't just go bravely astral stepping up onto the high ground. Could get lifted into a Chrono, into a Roar. The team fight combination is available once again for Aster, and they're actually smoking straight up. RNG, they didn't get the D ward over here. Flywind once again getting the target. I don't even know if they did any of the big ultimates. They've got so much percent-based damage. Even the tanky Dragon Knight just gets absolutely melted, and with that, Aster may have just paved their way back into their shot pit to secure themselves the Aegis. What? Give that. I don't even know who they give this to. I don't know the right person. They're gonna commit to this one. So Void's gonna take it. It's gonna guarantee that the Chronosphere gets off. I guess Ember can always just buy back if he really needs to in an important fight if he happens to die first. If you're RNG, you definitely want this Phantom Lancer to be further ahead than he currently is. Does find it people's lives, which is pretty nice. He's sitting in the Nether Shawl. Actually, keep the Nether Shawl. Alright, really valuing this magic resist against the Aster lineup. I guess even the Chrono, like the Void is still doing some magical damage with the block. It might be pretty valued for him. And what's Enchantress got? Enchantress has nothing. Enchantress's job this game is kind of over, other than just continuing to steal the occasional boar. Even XXS with the counter pick is still kind of stuck the landing. He's got his Blink Dagger picked up. Again, this Dragon Knight, this offlane Dragon Knight, maybe not have the best of time. Flywind 0, 5, and 3. It's better than 0, 5, and 0, but not by that much. And Aster smoking up. What vision do they have? They see the Void Spirit over here. Let's see, kind of playing coy. Man, the warding from Aster just being so good. Looking forward. Roaring the dragon. He's the target. Setsu didn't even leave. He didn't astral step. He just simulated so he gets lifted. He's also dead. What was that? The wrong panic reaction there from Setsu is going to end up also costing him his life, and now with 2 cores dead, and no real big ultimates used, Aster just come take out this bottom tower. SCC's almost got the full Mjolnir. Monet's almost got his Manta, but he's going to need a whole lot more farm if he's going to have any hope of kind of V5ing this game. And even though Dragonite has this blink, I feel like we just haven't seen it used, and I don't know where they're going to get an opportunity to use it, especially when they continue to get so destroyed in the warding game. They're just being very defensive with the vision now, as they've kind of been dewarded everywhere else. Aster investing a lot of sentries into this mid game. They've got the Necro 3 now. It's also going to help their vision game. Looking like he might have died here. He's got a Glimmer Cape, but yeah, that Ice Blast is going to bring him down. Now chasing. Smoked up. X6S maybe not realizing this is going on. It's still pretty tanky, but Setsu's here with the double damage. Gets the roar out. They've got this outpost here, but they're just going to leave their offlaner for dead. Cut their losses. Wait for a new opportunity with the Chrono, with the egg. Phoenix is actually going to have level 11 not too long after he respawns. With the tome, that should be a pretty quick level 12. So yeah, there you go. And that's going to be a pretty big boost to their team fight prowess. They still have a minute 50 remaining on the Aegis. Not going to be enough for SCCC on the full BKB, so they might still go on something done with this stage. So they close to anything else. Ooh, do you consider just farming the Aegis because you want ready? I think you might. Hey, tough call. No, I guess you go and take a fight. You just have to try and find like an easy one. Aster continuing to plant these really tricky wards. Like they're not these optimal wards that would be giving you a ridiculous amount of vision, but they just give enough, right? Like, oh, we see Flywind for a second, so we know where he is. We know where we need to go if we want to gank him. Can use these wards to also like then position their Hawks a bit more effectively. So because you've got Beastmaster, you can kind of afford to plant these slightly crappier wards and have them be less likely to be dewarded. And this one's even sitting in range of a sentry currently, but they just have not been able to get rid of it. The RNG, okay, they've got an item timing on their Phantom Lancer, so this is what they're kind of playing around. But again, no vision whatsoever. Dragonite is going to have to find the initiating stun, but they have to be so careful being grouped up like this against the AoE teamfight combination of Aster. This is an insanely dangerous high ground block. Baboka's in a pretty good spot. He just gets the die. It's going to be just fine, it looks like. They are actually still chasing him. Haste on Setsu. Ooh, Baboka trying to TP, and he found the perfect spot. Just in fog. The Elder Dragon form not going to find anyone. And it just does get reclaimed, so Aster kind of making the call to wait for the Radiance. Maybe now they just try and wait around for some BKBs as well, but I think they try and smoke with the Elder Dragon form being down. Seems pretty worth it. You got a Ward here at top, you got a Dagger on your Rubik for instant initiation. Top fight looks pretty alright to me, but maybe they're not going to go for it. What are they up to? This is just farming. Alright, so Qian comes over now. SC does have a
top tower is falling.
They just opt to go and grab 2 bounties and just put the supporting cast looking for things here. Now SCL TP's over. Okay. They're looking for it. Oh, what are they reward? Oh, Phantom Lancer Monet! You do not have the vision to be farming here, friend. And did he just like doppel into that camp and then just die? Oh no. Well, Phantom Lancer dead with no Chrono and no egg use. That's gotta be go time. Fade. Got cooldown, blink lip, trouble for super. What's been stolen is just the enchant, and that's just one more kill for Aster. 6k now their lead. He's still not really budging too much. And are we almost okay? We do have the Ag on the Void Spirit, so Setsu can do some pretty nice work. So long as he just doesn't get instantly jumped and die in the fight, that's going to be the problem. This blink is pretty scary. Fade's got the extra range from the Aether Lens, so you have to show some respect to the Rubik's initiation, and then the potential follow-up of the Void or the Beastmaster. Why would just pop in another all-person farm? Really wants this BKB. And it does seem like both teams kind of playing for some next items. Setsu wants BKB, Ember wants BKB, SCC wants BKB, and Flywind wants BKB. A little bit of no rush. We do have at least 40 seconds until the next Roche. Boboka has just picked up a 4-staff for himself. XXS going back to Vlad's. I'm a little surprised that he hasn't tried to go for a this game. And it seemed like a pretty value type game. And RNG, once again, it's kind of a blind smoke. This is scary, but they have seen the Void top not that long ago, so should know that they aren't going to get punished too much. For a second, to get a nice deep ward to either set up for, well, this ward sets up more for a push at bottom than it's kind of went over. They do get the jump slightly, but not really anything. They're feeling some danger. Ward up. Can they save their point spirit? Here comes the supernova. Chrono Spear protecting the Ember and comes the finishing lock. Super just caught with no chance whatsoever, and Monet is done. Again. GG call. Man. Monet is not having it today. It was really not RNG's day. It will be Team Aster reversing the results from their last two series against RNG, taking this one out 2-0. It was a less than 20-minute win in the first game. And here a very convincing, 28-minute win in game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A tithe to the impurities.
Rest easy, child.
is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I amplify my impact.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It isn't prophecy so much as foresight. Excellent damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wish fulfilled.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Время тоже не успеет, хотя с Морфлингом Рошана можно бить. Так, кто-то танкует, Морф может просто рейд-кликать. Делается это для такой минуты достаточно быстро. Сравнение Морфлинга и Тролля. Да, Морф очень хорошо отстал линию, добивал там все, в то время как Тролля хоть и восстановился к минуте 10, но были трудности у Тролля, за каждого крипа приходилось драться. Тем более, учитывая, что с минуты 4-5 у VP.Prodigy на топе была трипла. Помните, Гримстроу полетел, Кентавр остался 1 на 1 против Морфа. Но, правда, Resolution Роман выполняет задачу на 100%, которую ему дала Dota. Он получил много фарма, он все исполняет какой-то no-one. Соло пытается яйцо филить, но подходит. Void Spirit это прекрасно видели и решили оставить Супернову. Добивает Гримстроука, Resolution готов прорваться дальше. Стампит остается, не спешат его нажимать. Игроки вот так вот заходить, мне не нравится эта идея. Ни к чему хорошему это никогда не приводит. Т2 башня, слишком много урона для такой минуты. И герои принимать не готовы ВП. И ВП просто уйдут. На Рошана зашли. Команда ВПП это не видит, но у Морфлинга появляется Blacking Bar скан от ВПП. Теперь про Рошана они в курсе и могут пойти. Гримстрок появляется. Супернова
хороший момент. Очень хороший момент для драки, но главное успеть до того момента, пока вот Рошан не умер от Роя на Мирану. Это выиграет время, там врывается Void Spirit со спины, пытается бить Оракла, ВП выходит из Рошпита. Здесь может быть очень неудачная драка для них. Они
надо Virtus.Pro отходить назад. Тролль оказывается в стане, полетел Феникс. Очень больно троллю соло успевает. Резолюшн мимо станта. Блокинг бар от Морфлинга так или иначе был. Тролль делает убийство на Фениксе. Что делать дальше? Пытается загрызть Гримстроука. Все, ЛТВ остается один. Боятся врываться в ВПП. Тролль остался без способности. Акс агрит, нет больше маны. Стан от Резолюшена и добивают Акса. Казалось бы, ситуация, где команда ВП в меньшинстве. На тролле напали. Были использованы способности.
Вот, прям, знаешь, нет какого-то недопонимания в таких тонких и быстрых тимфайтах. Вот вроде бы выходит VP.Prodigy, начинает кидать скиллы. Гримстрок вяжет. Что делать? Вот один игрок может просто начать бить, ну, типа вот на тролле, так, все, я пошел бить. А кто-то может тянуть его назад, да, и в итоге тролль, он там пытается какой-то дэмэдж нанести, стоит впереди, получает урон, но сам никакого урона нанести не может, потому что второй герой его там тупо не пускает. Вот. Virtus.Pro очень хорошо перегруппировались, подошли прям поближе к своему хайграунду, и получилось то, что вот... Там Акс еще... Такая забавная ситуация была, Акс дал кол в тролля, а тролль что-то не согрелся. Вот так, и убил Феникса. Вот такая...
А тролль в ультимейте был?
Да.
А, ну тогда это же нормально, по-моему, что ультимейт тролля имеет приоритет.
Да. Там вообще с этими приоритетами, конечно, очень много всяких фишек есть. Там как легионки тоже кастуют, тут легионки, Акс, тролль, между ними очень много всяких забавных взаимодействий, которые бывают в играх. Тролль почти догнал Морфа. Почти догнал. Вроде бы один тимфайт за другим выигрывают Virtus.Pro, но все равно у Морфа немножечко больше каждый раз. Каждый раз он драку переживает и отправляется дальше фармить после проигранного тимфайта. Почти приобрел Скади. Видно, что Эпилептик Кит свой вчерашний день рождения не отмечал слишком бурно. Играет хорошо. Ну, не знаю, может быть, он успел размяться по меме как следует, знаешь. Потренироваться. Пораскликивался. И вот сейчас чувствует себя более чем уверенно.
Надо чувствовать себя очень уверенно.
Нет.
Потому что нужно тащить чуть ли не одному, потому что третьей позиции у команды ВП особо и нет. Пока слабая точка — это Акс. У него очень мало, кроме агро ничего не может сделать. Пытается Blacking Bar найти ДМ, но когда появится этот предмет, вообще не ясно. Слишком много. Удачная драка, еще и пофармить после этого будет нужно. Так собирается, интересно, ВПП. Не самое время им смоук разбивать, явно не хочется идти в Аегис, а вот Virtus.Pro хотят пойти с Аегисом, подраться, забрать Т2 после этого. По-моему, ВПП ожидают этот смоук. Они прям стоят на горочке, в хороших позициях, ожидая, что противник зайдет и подловят. Но тут, слушайте, башня на половине здоровья стоит, и сейчас все тролли начнут грызаться, но Уа нажимает диаболики. Глифа у команды ВПП нет, и Т3 падает. Все, башни нет. Но Уан играет агрессивно, у него есть и иллюзии, и ИУ, и Аегис, поэтому убить Сильшрака не так уж и просто. Есть Фейтедик, кто очень круто сыграл соло, в последний момент спасает Ноуана, и он не теряет Аегис. Если бы не Фейтедик, я думаю, Дефти бы сейчас Ноуана убил. Ноуан выживает, и ребята отойдут до лучших времен. Они, в общем-то, сделали и так все круто, забрали Т3.
Да, они могут сейчас просто окопаться на вражеской территории, фармить эншентов, подождать еще немножечко предметов у тролль Варлорда. Там новые шмоточки тоже начинают падать, он паладин сорт упал. Кентавру отдать троллю надо обязательно. LTV Сатаник хочет себе Сатаник с Яша. Хороший билд против Акса. Очень хороший. Там практически невозможно нормально заколить из-за такого большого стат-резиста. Телепортируется лишь рак на рейндж крипа, пока Аегис еще действует. Можно попытаться сыграть агрессивно. Феникс раскидывает спиритов, пытается Санрэм прожечь. Опасный момент. Кентавр может ворваться. Если Кентавр ворвется и застанет, будут проблемы. Там сейчас может стрела полететь. Может... Барак один забрали. Не лишний.
Все,
На
больше
рандовый наплевать.
ничего не надо, можно уходить. Активируем онлайн. Если вдруг сейчас ВПП полезут, то готовы принимать. Но я думаю, что пока Aegis не пропадет, не будут они прямо выходить в атаку. Опасно это делать. Но тролля сатаник прям совсем скоро. Не то, что где-то там далеко, а вот он уже несколько...
Еще и реперкит падает. Прекрасный предмет в лейте. У Virtus.Pro очень хороший драфт. Ну, в общем-то, у VP.Prodigy тоже драфт неплохой в лейте. Просто, знаешь, вот мы уже обсуждали этот момент, что разные существуют вот предметы на третьем тире. Вот, мне кажется, это самый такой противоречивый тир, потому что ты, например, играя на Темпларке, ну, очень хочешь Orb of Destruction, правда? Или там, играя на тролле, ты хочешь либо Титан, либо вот Паладин Сорд. Но Repair Kit, когда тебе выпадает, это, в принципе, всегда хорошо, поскольку даже если игра вдруг выйдет у тебя из-под контроля, если ты доминируешь, и ты вроде бы этот Repair Kit не особо используешь, ты можешь его использовать после, когда тебя уже начнут зажимать, если ты допустишь ошибку. Это такая некая подушка безопасности для тебя. Ты там сможешь как-то с этим реперкитом подефать, если вдруг что-то пойдет не так. В общем, предмет всегда хороший. А еще его можно отдать какому-нибудь кентавру, чтобы у него ХП-регентом был под 60 с его слотами, если там не выпало что-то получше.
Он и танковать сможет башню, пока тролли будут бить. Ну и, разумеется, в драке попробуй и так кентавра убей с этим худом, а с реперки ты ж подавно. Пропала Aegis только что, и сразу же VP.Prodigy в смоуке в атаку идут, пока захват аванпоста. Я думаю, что Virtus.Pro готовы отдать аванпост, оставить один для себя. Ничего страшного не происходит. Сатаник у тролля уже есть. Акс, блокинг-бар. Непонятно когда, так еще плюс к этому ты в такой игре, где хочется и байбек оставить. Ситуация может быть такая, что тебя просто убьют до твоего агро. Крипы делают свою задачу, убрали ребята от Этеварды, и полноценная первая линия пала. Лишрак ушел на базу, должны быть и No One от Тревела, поэтому скоро вернется. Покупает БКБ No One. Теперь так просто с Лишраком не расправиться. У одного статус резистанс безумный, а у второго кора просто блокинг-бар. Я думаю, что ВП готовы от второго Рошана поиграть, там повоевать, потом уже идти собирать вторую, третью линию. Нет такой, знаешь, спешки от Virtus.Pro. Void Spirit очень мало фармит. Я вот смотрю, за последние минуты 4 нетворс у Void Spirit практически не изменился. Всю карту пылесосит Морф, Void Spirit доедает, что осталось. Но Пракса я совсем уж молчу.
Морф просто вот последние минут 5-10 боится играть на опасных точках, и поэтому он забирает весь бесполезный фарм, а опасный фарм, ну, в общем-то, VP.Prodigy забирать не могут, потому что пытаются подцепить Мирану, это должен быть труп. Да,
хорошо, там и гем же куплен, поэтому очень тяжело сейчас будут в Moonlight так бегать, но ребята, по крайней мере, теперь про этот гейм знают, что их могут в Moonlight увидеть.
Вот шутки шутками, а гоним на Void Spirit — это реально хорошее подспорье для того, чтобы отлично подраться. VP.Prodigy нужно ворваться вперед, подцепить Оракла, не дать ему скастить ульт. Задача FN в первую очередь как-то нарушить линию фронта, зайти там с тыла, может как-то, или может просто астрал-степами ворваться через тролли, через кентавра, задиземить. Вот, например, сейчас, когда нет Мираны, заколили здесь лишь Раха.
Там был на бэкграунде, а он забьет его ТВ, неужели успеет? Нет, не успевает, там Эзерил от Морфлинга в последний момент спасет этот драку, ТВ еле живой, тролля должны убить, тролля убивают, врывается Диен, кентавр в Еуле, полетела стрела, должны принимать и кентавра здесь, убивает кентавра, эпилептикит. А в последний момент Эзерил, и тролль просто не смог бить.
Думаешь, в этом дело? А мне казалось, что его соулбайндом связало, и поэтому он не смог бить. Там что-то типа того произошло. Ну, в общем, да, забавная достаточно ситуация получилась. Там немножечко не докрутил сейв ультимейт свой. Он там прям так вот близко, по-моему. Мне кажется, тролль там даже видел. Вот, несмотря на то, что он как бы был на горке. Да, файт рекап у нас просто сумасшедший. 2000 золота, 6000 экспы для команды VP.Prodigy. Они очень серьезно отыгрываются сейчас. И что самое важное, это все происходит в момент, когда в любую секунду может заспауниться Рошан. Но это мы-то с вами знаем, что Рошан в ближайшее время не появится. Но если бы VP.Prodigy повезло чуть-чуть побольше, Рошан бы сейчас был на месте, они могли бы этого Рошана вообще без проблем забрать. А так им придется еще одну драку хорошо провести, прежде чем пойти в рошпит и заполучить Aegis и Сыр в свое распоряжение. Акс хочет БКБ, вот это уже совершенно иной уровень, поскольку даггер у ДМ появился относительно рано. Вот. И все это время он пытался фармить БКБ. Все это время он прыгал, давал колы, его могли зациклонить, его могли убить магией, ему могли выжечь ману, так что он не скастует ульт. А теперь он может прыгать, давать кол, и ничего ты с ним не сделаешь. Он будет крутиться, он будет делать неприятные вещи, ты ему не выжжешь ману, он может кого-то Калинблейдом убить. Драка становится лучше. Надо как-то соло оберегать. Что вот есть у соло? У него 3900 нетворс. Сможет ли он как-то вообще спастись от Void Spirit, который просто влетит и повесит ему сайленс? Рошан заспавнился, что-то мигает туда эпилептик, вроде как. Ну да, курьера сейчас туда отправят. Убедятся в том, что Рошан появился. Угу. Будут ли его оставлять здесь? Вопрос. Потому что
Лотоса Кентавра прямо перед дракой.
Вот. Это как раз то, что может, если что, спасти соло, поскольку если Кентавр будет неподалеку от своего капитана, он может просто повесить лотос, и соло успеет скасить ультимейт на кросс.
Прыжок, но как будто вайзер на драку, Диан вырывается быстро. Луана убить быстро не получится, урона слишком мало, зато ставит супернову блестящая. Тролля убили, но вообще никакие способности не нажал. Оракл хоть и дал ультимейт, но ситуацию не меняет. И вот после этой драки можно сказать, что VP.Prodigy в игре не полностью возвращаются. Было там преимущество Virtus.pro долгое время, там 3, 4, 5 тысяч золота. Теперь этого преимущества почти нет. Еще плюс 2000, забавное количество урона от игроков команды VP. 0-0, 249 и только No One под ультимейтом, диаболиками что-то пил.
Против тролля вообще что ли урона? А как так может быть, что он вообще урона не нанес? Погоди, он же там хоть кого-то ударил? Не? Ну кого-то ударил, да. В общем,
мне не нравится билд тролля по одной причине. Вот эти юлы, они очень сильно руинят, потому что статус резистанс не учитывает юл, и ты можешь 2,5 секунды в драке летать. Это один из вариантов, почему
у кого, погоди, а у кого там юл? Там юл у Void Spirit и еще у кого-то, что ли? По-моему, больше ни у кого юл.
По-моему, да, это Спирита, но этого уже хватает, чтобы...
Ну, как безусловно, это не очень приятно, но а что поделать? Это дефолтный билд на тролле. Ну, БКБ-то тут то... Не, ну БКБ, конечно, тоже можно купить, но... Нет, такие предметы, мне кажется, более каноничны на тролле. Я просто не уверен, что сильно ситуация бы изменилась, если бы тролль вот именно с Блэкинг-баром был бы в этой игре. То есть, да, может быть, он сейчас чуть лучше бы дрался, но потом, когда этот Блэкинг-бар стал бы 5 секунд, он бы очень сильно терпел. От Void Spirit... Аганим на Void Spirit очень сильный предмет. Не раз мы затрагивали тоже тему этого артефакта. Слишком он много дает этому персонажу. Как-то надо с этим бороться, мне кажется, в ближайшем. Первое, что надо понерфить, поскольку вот как только Аганим появляется, Void Spirit вообще перестают ощущать саппортов. Но вот как можно на саппорте дать нормальный импакт, когда есть такой герой, как Void Spirit, он врывается. Вот есть, например, Шторм врывается на больший рейндж, но он, по крайней мере, одному герою сайленс даст. А здесь сайленс по области. И ты кидаешь там сайленс на саппорта и на какого-нибудь хардера. В итоге тебя и не застанет, и Oracle в данном случае, например, не может там как-то ультимейтом сыграть нормально. Очень тяжело приходится. Надо, не знаю, очень какую-то хорошую позицию Virtus.pro занять, чтобы нормально все свои кнопки скастовать. Пока мы видим за последние 2 тимфайта, что Prodigy врываются вперед, никого дизейблят и убивают без проблем. Ну, тролль решил все-таки БКБ купить. Вот, учитывая, что у него Санджин-Яши и Сатаник, насколько ли это удобно покупать БКБ? Видимо, от безысходности уже.
Очень быстро ВП будут пушить. Брейв на Морфлинг. X пытается скорить Морфлинга, залетает Фобаль, ставит супернову. Никто не будет бить. Команде ВП нужно просто отсюда отходить. Соло уже убили, лишь шаг в Юле. Блэкинбар закончится. Флинкс нажимает Блэкинбар. Просто вкусят резолюшена. Солнышко горит, и Кентавр погибает. Не будет у него выкупа. Мы не увидим резолюшена еще 65 секунд. И еле живой тролль. Остается ли он ультимейт, но он его даже не нажимает. Умирает тролль здесь. Был контроль за контролем. Там появилось небольшое окно, и команда ВП просто сдается.
Прекрасный старт серии от команды. Драфт практичный, и сыграли они тоже очень-очень бодро. Возникли, конечно, небольшие трудности на старте из-за того, что трипла против триплы стояла, тролль фармил, а Акс как-то фармил не особо. И при этом у Кентавра было очень много в этой игре. Я всегда, конечно, задаюсь вопросом, когда такое вижу, а есть ли в этом смысл? То есть там стоят 2 человека, они как-то терпят, экспо получают.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Баунти Хантеры 3 готовы Кримсон покупать против того же Ликана.
Try to kill. First blood! I am.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Regeneration. Sounds hot.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Archives of time. How so?
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Coming out. make light work.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
What need have I for this?
Creatures of fear.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Go for my armor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Thanks.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
creatures of fear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's lovely. Oh, that's lovely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Rashad has fallen to Dire. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Visibility.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's bottom barrier is falling. Radiant's bottom barrier.
Mana! Mana!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Scraps of armor, did you?
The wages of fear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's the green room do again?
middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That should help.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The world have you.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Idziesz Afia.
Don't mind if I do.
Balls.
Dire's top tower is under attack. tower has fallen.
Why do I enjoy this so much?
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Beautiful.
killed.
Is genocide. Great teamwork, you vicious thugs.
Radiant's courier. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going. Just try.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant victory!